with the Amethyst Tiger, which is the name of the TikTok gift. Soul, that is incredibly kind of you. Thank you for the love. Show some love to Soul down below in that comment section. While we are getting that very first guest up of the day, we got MAGA Mandy loading in. What is going on, Mandy? Do you support Trump as president? Mandy, we got you loaded in here. We could hear you. Are you here? Are you present? I don't think that Mandy's present. Maybe she doesn't even know that she's loaded into the stream. Mandy, I'm going to go and give you one last chance here to respond. She has no clue. I guess we're going to go to kick her. I would have loved to, have a chat with her, but unfortunately, I don't think she's present. We're going to go ahead and repeat the rules, just for everyone hanging out with us. If you want to join the stream, you just have to be an American adult that supports Trump. And keep in mind, by the way, guys, I'm going to have to censor myself with every negative thing that I say about Trump today, since yesterday he did say that was illegal. So, I don't want to break the law here. We don't want to do anything illegal. So anytime, when I'm like, Donald Trump is a felon, I'm gonna have to censor that, so we're following American law and acting in accordance with what the patriotic president Mr. Trump wants. So what's up, Haley? Do you support Trump?
No, I don't.
Unfortunately, I gotta kick you. I'm so sorry, Haley. I hope you have a good rest of your day, though. We're gonna move on to that next guest right now, everyone. Go ahead and hop in that queue if you're an American adult that supports Trump as president. We got Lulu loading up. I really hate Trump, gotta censor it once again. You guys are killing me with these loud ass gifts. Scare Bear. It's good to see you again. Thank you so much for the dancing bears. I appreciate that from you. Thank you so much. Show some love to Scare Bear for the dancing bears down below that chat. And go ahead and put a Trump with your age down below in that TikTok chat if you do want to load up and tell us why you support Trump. We're gonna have a debate. Let's go to move on to the next guest. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Yes, absolutely.
How old are you?
18.
18, what year were you born in?
2007, 23rd of May.
Okay, and what state are you in? And we're going to go to ban them and move on to the next guest, guys. Please make sure that we're following the rules. Just got to be an American adult that supports Trump as president. Boy, oh boy, it is very difficult to find a single person that supports Trump. Maybe that's why Donald Trump wants to silence the media and ban people, that are speaking negatively upon him. It's because no one is speaking positively upon him. Right now, we already have 11,000 people with us in TikTok, and we can't find one person that supports the president. What's up, Selena? Are you MAGA?
Not all the way, but yes.
Okay, knowing everything that you do now, if you could teleport back to November, would you still vote for Trump?
Based on the information that I know now, yes.
Okay, right. Well, that's fine. That's you would classify as a Trump supporter. So honestly, I just we usually start off by asking you why you still support Trump. I let you kind of take the reins and dictate the conversation. But I just gotta know what your feelings are and what Trump said yesterday in the Oval Office when he said it's literally illegal in his mind to criticize him in the media. Like when I'm sitting here saying that Donald Trump is the worst president of my lifetime because his economic policy sucks and he's a 34-count felon. Guess what? According to the Trump administration, what I just said was illegal. How does that make you feel?
That to me is ridiculous. Honestly, I don't agree with that. I feel like that is so stupid because you're literally not allowing the First Amendment. You're supposed to say what you feel, whatever, hates freedom of speech. Him doing that, I don't agree. Honestly, I think it's stupid.
But then how could you possibly still support Trump as president knowing that he is infringing upon my rights? He could be infringing upon your rights. He's infringing upon the rights of everyone.
No, I understand. Like I said, I don't support everything that he does or say, but there are other things that I do support and I agree with him. But no, yeah, what he said and what he did, I don't think that's fair. We're supposed to say our opinions how we want and not have consequences, quote unquote, because of what I feel and my opinions are,
Well, why do you still support him?
I want to ask you, what's your opinion on immigration?
I think that immigration is a good thing.
Do you agree how they're coming in illegally, though?
No, I think that we should have less undocumented entry. And I think the way to achieve that goal is to make the legal means of entry into the country more attainable, as the main cause of undocumented entry is unattainable legal means of entry.
Yeah, I agree with you.
So why do you support Trump?
Because I feel like he's doing that. People are saying that, he's not having empathy by sending back the illegal immigrants. But I myself have or had immigrant parents as well, and they did come in illegally, but they became legal. But I just don't support the entry of illegal immigrants either because I feel like they do take a lot of our American benefits and
Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
When you were born, were they still undocumented?
No.
Okay. How long after they became documented were you born?
Maybe like 5 years.
If you were born 5 years earlier than you were, you wouldn't be considered an American citizen in the eyes of the government today. Did you know that on Donald Trump's first day in office, he passed Executive Order number 14160 that attempted to take birthright citizenship away from the children born to undocumented immigrants on American soil, which is strictly unconstitutional, but yet that is what he did. That is what he wants. That is what he thinks. So how do you feel about the fact that not only have you now lost your right to criticize the Trump administration, but if you were born 5 years earlier than you were, in his eyes, you wouldn't even be a citizen, even though our Constitution would expressly protect your right to citizenship?
But he didn't pass that though, right? I think it was just a rumor.
No, that was Executive Order number 14160 signed into law with his signature his first day in office.
But isn't that like another law in other countries? They don't automatically give you the citizenship in the country you were born.
Yeah, just like Putin in Russia also, silences dissenters in the media and is a dictator. Yeah.
No, I mean I don't.
We should be just like them. We should.
I'm not saying we're supposed to be like them, but I don't disagree with him. I mean, fair is fair.
Okay, so you don't disagree with belligerently violating the Constitution that, once again, would have significantly harmed you negatively if you were born 5 years earlier than you were. What?
No. If that was the law in that country, then that's how it's supposed to go. Then I would have just been a Mexican citizen.
So you're just saying that you agree with the law? Well, once again, the Constitution is the law, and the Constitution expressly protects the right to birthright citizenship of children born to undocumented immigrants. Right? His executive order was illegal. It was in violation of the Constitution. So if you're taking a pro-law approach to things, then you would very promptly and aggressively disagree with that executive order, not only because for the last time it would have negatively harmed you if you were born 5 years earlier, but it's also expressly illegal.
No, yeah, I agree.
So do we see here how, like, there's so many reasons why you shouldn't support Trump, and yet you still do? What is the specific reason why? It sounds like, you've just agreed on, like, multiple points of, like, heinously illegal, unconstitutional, and terrible things that he's done, but you still consider yourself a Trump supporter. Why is that?
Yeah, because I feel like we as Americans, we're not getting enough benefits because I feel like a lot of illegal immigrants are taking that away from us by not reporting their income.
So according to the IRS, undocumented immigrants pay $100 billion per year in taxes on the federal, state, and local level, and they don't even qualify for any federal benefits in all states, and some state benefits in some states. So they pay more in taxes than they take away in benefits. The only person that is taking away benefits from citizens is the Trump administration. When they passed the BBB, they took health care away from 10 million people and food stamps away from 3 million people.
I feel like they should take away more benefits because I know people that lie on their wages and they're illegal immigrants and they don't report their money. That's what I'm saying. So I know that's not true. Not all illegal immigrants report their income. And if they do, they lie because they don't have something to track it down like Americans have with their Social Security.
Okay, so undocumented immigrants do not qualify for federal benefits. He only took away federal benefits. He didn't take away benefits from a single undocumented immigrant. But I just want to show you your own hypocrisy. I need to show you your own hypocrisy. We're going to listen back to the last minute of the stream. Just please listen. Please listen. Expressly illegal.
No, yeah, I agree.
So do we see here how, like, there's so many reasons why you shouldn't support Trump, and yet you still do? What is the specific reason why? It sounds like, you've just agreed on, like, multiple points of, like, heinously illegal, unconstitutional, and terrible things that he's done, but you still consider yourself a Trump supporter. Why is that?
Yeah, because I feel like we as Americans, we're not getting enough benefits because I feel like a lot of illegal immigrants are taking that away from us by not reporting their income.
Okay, so I asked you why you still support Trump, And you said it's because Americans are having their benefits taken away from them by undocumented immigrants. So according to the IRS, undocumented immigrants pay $100 billion per year in taxes on the federal, state, and local level, and they don't even qualify for any federal benefits in all states, and some state benefits in some states. So they pay more in taxes than they take away in benefits. The only person that is taking away benefits... One second, I want to pause it real quick for the gift. Purdy, I appreciate you so much. It's good to see you. It's from Citizens, is the Trump administration. When they passed the BBB, they took healthcare away from 10 million people and food stamps away from 3 million people. Okay, so once again, I asked you why you still support Trump. You said it's because American citizens are losing their benefits because undocumented immigrants are taking them. I respond to you by telling you, no, undocumented immigrants aren't taking them. They pay more in taxes than the benefits they receive, and they can't even qualify for federal benefits. Now listen to your response.
I feel like they should take away more benefits because
You tell me that you support Trump because the undocumented immigrants are taking benefits. I respond and I prove you wrong. And then you tell me, well, you still support Trump because Trump should take away the benefits. So taking away benefits was an issue when you thought the undocumented immigrants were doing it. But as soon as I informed you that you're wrong and actually Trump is the one that's doing it, all of a sudden it's not just no longer an issue, but it's actually a good thing that you agree with. She left. We're going to go to move on to the next guest. If you happen to be watching that stream over on TikTok, hop in that queue if you're an American adult that supports Trump as president. Holy cow, dude. Holy cow, chat. All right. Yeah, I don't think there's any coming back from that one. I'm going to be I'm going to be honest. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up in here. Once again, we are only looking to talk to Trump supporters. So please make sure that we're following those rules. If you happen to be in that queue and you're not a Trump supporter, you are going to be very promptly and swiftly kicked and banned from the live stream.
Oh, wait, you just said only, no, I only joined here to tell you.
Are you mad?
That, no.
No worries at all. I'm not going to ban you because you just heard me say that. I hope you have a good rest of your day, Savvy. Sorry, not Savvy, Savvy. But I do appreciate you for coming up. But yeah, that is right. We are just looking for Trump supporters. So let's go to move on to the next guest right now. Only hop in that queue if you happen to be MAGA, guys. Only hop in that queue if you happen to be MAGA. And one, appreciate you for that very first super chat of the stream, saying as a Mexican American, we don't claim her. Well, I appreciate you for the $5.
Hello, can you hear me?
What's going on, man? Do you support Trump?
I do. I do. I would
Okay.
say so.
All
Not
right.
everything he does, obviously, because.
Okay.
But
What's up, David Volcano? Been a while. Okay, let me thank a handful of people here. First and foremost, Lillian and Erica, I appreciate you for the $5 each over on Venmo. Then Rowan, thank you so much for the $5 as well. And then Danielle, dude, thank you so much for the $50 donation over on PayPal, Danielle. That is insane. I want everyone watching to show some love to Danielle down below. Let's get 500 Danielle W's. Danielle says, I messaged the homeschooled guests from that last week and been sending her book Rex. Thank you for this community. Danielle, you are such a good person. You're just such an icon. We all love you here. Show some love to Danielle. Excuse me. Down below in that comment section, you are literally such a good person. Show some love to Danielle down below. And Mr. Sal, take it away. Why do you support Trump as president?
It'd probably be his stance on immigration, what he's doing right now with the National Guard in DC. I agree with that.
Are you driving?
I agree with the tariffs. I agree with me. No. I'm just outside.
Wait, actually, say something when you hear this.
What'd you say?
Okay. Yeah. Sorry, that delay was too bad. I hope you have a good rest of your day. That delay was just too bad, dude.
What
We gotta
happened?
move on. I could still hear him, even though I kicked him like 30 seconds ago. Unfortunately, that guy's internet was a little bit too bad to have like a back and forth conversation. We're gonna move on to the next guest, Daniel. If you happen to be one of the 14,000 people hanging out with us in here, guys, make sure that we're double tapping on that phone screen over on TikTok and sharing out this live stream over on YouTube. What's up, Daniel? Do you support Trump? Okay, Daniel's not here. Moving on to the next guest, guys. Make sure if we are in that queue that we support Trump, guys. We are just looking for some American adults that do. And if you are watching and you would like to support me and support what we do here, you can find my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in my bio on TikTok, as well as in that pin message over on YouTube. But let's get that next guest loaded up in here right now. What's up, The Solution? Are you MAGA?
Yeah, like, all right, let me explain myself. Like, I was a real Trump hater. But, like, recently, what happened with Charlie Kirk, and yeah, like, I saw a lot of liberals celebrating the death.
I'm gonna be honest, man. If you were a fan of Charlie Kirk, you should actually hate Trump right now, because he's exploiting Charlie Kirk's death to do things that Charlie Kirk would never want. You know, like,
No,
for
I
instance, would you allow me to finish speaking?
Yeah.
Yeah, so Charlie Kirk, you know, was like very like big on like speech, free speech, and so on. And what is like the the Trump administration's response to his death been? To like literally silence individuals' freedom of speech, to take Jimmy Kimmel off air by like forcing ABC into firing them, by threatening to revoke their license, and now to say that it is literally illegal for the media to criticize him. So if you like Trump, you would have the most reason ever, if you like Charlie, you'd have the most reason ever right now to dislike Trump because of how Donald Trump has been exploiting his death and dishonoring his legacy.
All right, let me rephrase myself. Like I said, I think it's inhumane that people on the left were celebrating Charlie's death. Like, and how can I say that? Like, yeah, wait.
Purdy, I appreciate you for the party on. Thank you, Purdy. That is very kind of you. Thank you so much. Holy, that was a very loud gift. Thank you, Purdy.
Yeah.
So are you saying that like some individuals are like celebrating his death on the left by like making jokes about it?
No, I'm not making jokes, but literally celebrating it, and that doesn't sit right with me.
Oh, well, I mean, listen, even if like I assume your perspective here for the intents and purposes of the debate, like what do you think is like more of a dishonor to his legacy? To celebrate his death or to use his death to usher in totalitarian, dictator-esque like factors into our government of silencing the dissenters of the government and pushing for the criminalization of free speech?
Like, both are bad, yeah. Like, really.
Wait, which one is like more in dishonoring his legacy? Like a handful of people celebrating his death, or using his death to silence dissenters of the government and to usher in a new wave of totalitarianism and authoritarianism and criminalizing speech?
Yeah, like I really
Can you
understand your point. What you said, that's true. That's worse.
Okay, all right. So
Well,
this should just give you like even like more reason to not support Trump.
Yeah, okay, but like, you really good. You are really good.
I appreciate
But
that, man.
anyway, yeah. But anyway,
Is there any other reasons
like-
you have insofar as why you support Trump?
yeah. Actually, yes.
Okay, what are they?
Like I think he stands up for the people more than the left does. You get me? Because
No.
like.
No. So he took health care away from 10 million people. He reduced the purchasing power of 150 million people. And now he is attempting to suppress the free speech of all people by arguing that it should be illegal to criticize him in the media. Like, what is like one thing that he's done for the people in the last 200 days?
You tell me.
No, you're supposed to
Like,
tell me because you're the one that is saying you support Trump because he's for the people. Actually, real quick, what time is it? Oh, okay. All right, you left. All right, moving on to the next guest. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up in here, guys. Only up in that queue if you support Trump as president, and we're going to get you loaded in. Once again, Pretty, I appreciate you for the love. Okay, what is up? Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I support Trump.
How old are you?
I'm 18.
What year were you born in?
2007, February 22nd.
All right, you are 18. Quickly before we hop into the debate, let me thank 4 people. First and foremost, Days. Thank you for the $50 over on PayPal. Days says, honestly, just love your lives, as I already said. That makes me so happy, Days. I'm happy that you like what we do here. And thank you for the $15. Show some love to Days in that chat. As well as Azalea. Thank you for the $15 as well on PayPal. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much, Azalea, for the $15. I'd also like to thank Erica for the $15 on Venmo, saying, "Love you, Dean. Let the people know to find their local No Kings protest 2.0 on October 18th on mobilize.us." Yes, find your local No Kings protest on October 18th. I will be at mine, and so should you. Please, please, please. As well as S, thank you for the $15 on PayPal, saying thank you for what you do, bro. Are you interested in running for the presidency when you're eligible? I don't know. Probably not, but we'll see. As well as Brianna, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo, saying thank you for all that you do. Well, thank you for the love. That is very kind of you guys. Now, go ahead and take it away, man. Why do you support Trump?
I support Trump because he's just a great guy, man. You know, I support everything he ever done. You know, in the Constitution.
Why do you think he's a great guy? I honestly don't think that you'll be able to even like give an argument for that. He's like such a terrible guy that I think that you are going to fail to give an argument that he is a great guy. So instead of like doing my typical response of being like, oh, well, he's literally a rapist that was best friends with Epstein, I'm instead just going to ask you why you think he's a great guy.
Okay, why I think he's a great guy?
Yeah.
He's done a lot of stuff to keep us out of wars.
Like what?
What do you mean, like what?
Well, I mean, like what specifically has he done?
I think you know what he's done. You know.
I don't think that's a specific answer. Do you want to try again?
So what has he done to keep us out of wars?
Yes.
Oh man, I can't answer that question.
Exactly. So you told me that you support Trump because you think he's a great guy, and then ultimately, less than 20 seconds later, we've now got you down to the point of you failing to explain why you think he's a great guy.
Okay, I have a question for you, buddy. Why do you think he's such a bad guy?
Yeah, for sure. He's best friends with one of the most notorious child sex traffickers in modern American history, and he was sending him letters talking about their great, beautiful, wonderful secrets that they share with one another that they can't say out loud. And Donald Trump wished him a happy birthday and wished him to have new, wonderful secrets every day. And this letter was outlined by the depiction of the naked body of either a woman or a girl. So, yeah, you tell me. I don't think that's going to be a great guy.
Okay, but like, so you're saying that one thing that happens in somebody's life makes him a bad guy?
Yeah, that can definitely be one thing. If that was the only thing they ever did in like 80 years of life, that would be sufficient to say that they're a bad guy. Yeah.
So this is why I think Trump is a good guy. All right. My grandma was walking on the street. She fell down. Trump came around.
And he's trolling. We're going to move on to the next guest, guys. We're not looking for trolls. We're not looking for trolls. Let's go to get that next guest, Christian, loaded in. We got 541 loaded up. As well as, once again, if you do want to support me, you can find my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in my bio on TikTok and in the pinned message over on that YouTube stream. What's up? Are you MAGA?
Yeah.
Age?
I mean, well, my whole family's MAGA, and I just had... I'm like...
All right, they left. We're going to move on to the next guest, guys. Go ahead and put a Trump with your age down below in that comment section if you want to join. You know, I would actually enjoy getting some older people in here. You know what I mean? I feel like we're getting a lot of like 18-year-olds, which is nice. You know, that's cool. But like ultimately, I would say that it'd be cool to get like an adult up in here. You know, like a 35-year-old Trump supporter. You know what I mean? But let's try to move on to that next guest right now. Y'all go ahead and once again let me know if you support Trump down below. We're going to get you loaded up. Here we go. We got Kevin loading into the stream. I invited you up. Accept that invitation. We'll get you loaded in. As well as Katie, I see it down there. If you want to pop up, your account is private, so you just have to unprivate your account if you want to join. But yeah, we're going to move on to that next guest right now. Who will it be? We have 86 guest requests, and I think that a lot of people in the guest requests kind of just look like they're trolling. But let's try to get that next guest, Angel, loaded into the stream right now. Go ahead and put a Trump with your age down below if you want to come up and have a conversation. Okay, it doesn't look like Angel's joined, so we got to kick Angel and get that next guest up here. We got Henry loading in. What's up, Henry? You MAGA?
No.
Henry is going to be banned. We're going to move on to the next guest. We got Charlie loading up. Here we go, everyone. What's up, Charlie? You support Trump?
Yo, hello?
Yay.
You're a fucking pussy.
All right. You sent about 13, so I do got to kick you. All right, guys. It looks like the people today, like they just, they're not here to debate. They're here to hate. I think that's a good way to put it. And I mean, I think that if you are a Trump supporter out there and you think that you have legitimate reason insofar as why you support Trump, this should incentivize you to hop in the queue because this is such a bad look for your side of the aisle. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Ni hao, nigger.
And
Last
they're
word
banned
for
once again. Jeez. Olivia, I appreciate you for the $10 on Venmo. Olivia says, you are the reason I'm going back to school for political science. We need more young people like you in politics. I love you, Dean. Olivia, that's really cool. That's really cool. I hope that you have a good time going back to school for poli-sci. You know, that's a degree that I could personally never do myself. I can never do that in a million years, Olivia. You know, I took one poli-sci course and didn't have too much fun. So I'm proud of you. I am. Let's go to get that next guest, Tyler, loaded up in here. We got Sarah. Thank you for the $5 on Venmo and Brianna with a 2. Thank you guys so much. What's going on? Do you support Trump?
Yes, sir. I just want to talk about something real quick.
Howdy.
So, what are your thoughts on Nick Fuentes?
Bad. So, how old are you?
25.
Okay. And why do you support Trump as president?
Because, well, I don't see the problem with a lot of the things he does.
Okay, well, I mean, just merely not seeing the problem with a lot of the things he does shouldn't mean that you do support him. Because hopefully you'd say you support him because he's doing good for the country. So what is he doing that is good for the country?
I mean, he got rid of, like, one of the most dumb people on ABC. And truly, I think that was a great move.
Okay, so, I mean, then he went on to say that he thinks it's illegal for the media to criticize him at all. So you just think it's good to kind of silence speech?
Well, I mean, and then Pam Bondi came on and said that she wasn't talking about hate speech in general. She was talking about all these
Can you answer my question?
Yeah, I mean, I can. I still don't see the problem with that.
Okay, so you don't see the problem with silencing free speech?
No.
So you don't see the problem with just eradicating the Constitution and the rights in which it would offer?
No.
Okay, so you're telling me if I were to kick you right now, you'd see no problem with that, even if it were to silence your speech?
Well, that would just mean that you're mad.
Wait, but now you're taking a problem with me kicking you. You think that indicates some type of mental state of my own because I'm turning your ability to speak on a platform off, but you just got done indicating that you see absolutely no problem with that when Donald Trump does it. So in the similar sense, would you say that that means that Trump is mad?
Yeah, I mean, clearly.
Okay, but yet you see no problem with it. So once again, I just want to affirm if I were to kick you right now, you would absolutely see no problem with that whatsoever, right?
No, because I just want to talk about Nick Fuentes.
Okay, right. Look at that. All right. Thank you so much. I'm so glad we can agree. Let's go to move on to the next guest. Everyone, just give us a minute. They were unserious, by the way, if you're curious. They were very unserious. Let's go to move on to the next guest right now. We got Aiden loading up into the live. Here we go. Lilith, I appreciate you for that greeting card. That is incredibly kind of you. What's up, Aiden? Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do.
How old are you?
18.
What year were you born in?
2006, November.
Okay, let me go ahead and thank a handful of people here real quick. First and foremost, Samantha, thank you so much for the $50 over on PayPal. Samantha, that is very, very kind of you. Thank you. Thank you so much, Samantha. Samantha with a $50 said, so glad that you're back. You become part of my daily routine for the past 2 years. Let's go. My boyfriend asked why I was so down the few days that you took off. And I replied, it's because I've been deprived. I thought that you'd enjoy that. Well, Samantha, we are back, and I'm happy, and I'm hoping that you're enjoying the debates. And I hope that you have a good rest of the day. Show some love to Samantha down below, as well as show some love to Kimberly for the $50 donation over at PayPal as well. Kimberly says, I second it. You need a position of government. Thank you for all that you do. Well, thank you for your support. Show some love to Kimberly down below, folks. Thank you so much, Samantha and Kimberly. Show some love to Samantha and Kimberly. And then Ryan with a 7, Lucas with a 5, and Days with a 10. I appreciate y'all for the love. Take it away. Why do you support Trump?
I have a question. Do you support? Do you know who DJ Soulchild is?
No. So why do you support Trump?
Because he likes to peg you in the ass.
All right. So guys, we have close to 20,000 people hanging out with us on TikTok right now. And in the last 30 minutes, we have had like 4 people scream the N-word. We've had, a couple people just come up here and say weird shit like that. But we haven't had a single person join the stream and attempt to give an argument that Trump is a good president. So if you ever want definitive evidence that MAGA is dead, that I am right and the right is wrong, reflect back on the last 25 minutes of the stream. In a crowd of 20,000 people, I cannot find one person that wants to have open discussion with me about why they support the president. In a crowd of 20,000 random people that willingly opted to choose to click into this live stream, No one in here will come up here and have a legitimate conversation with me about why they support the president. MAGA is dead. Trump is indefensible, and everyone knows it, including the thousands and thousands of people on the right that are watching the stream right now. Let's go to move on to the next guest, guys. And if you are an American adult that does support Trump and you do want to have a legitimate conversation with me about why, you should be more incentivized than ever to join the guest request and attempt to join right now. You should. Realistically, you should. All right. And the reason why I say that is because the last 20 minutes of the stream is putting such a stain on the mockery of the political party that is MAGA. So we're going to move on to the next guest right now. Hop in that queue if you support Trump. We're going to get you loaded up here. We're really trying just to find one person that supports Trump that can give us a reason why. But we're not. We're not finding them. Let's go to get Hope loaded up next. They say Trump 53 down below. What is up? Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
All right. So how do you feel about the fact that in the last 20 minutes, I haven't been able to find a single person to tell me why?
Honestly, I think that's just ridiculous, immature trolls.
Right.
Honestly.
Right. Well, here, quickly.
I voted for Trump.
Quickly, before we hop into the debate, there's one person that I'd like to thank. Tree, it's so good to see you. And thank you for the $20 super chat over on YT. Tree with the $20 says, you've been a part of my daily routine. I love listening to your live and Parker's live when I'm editing content. And I've met the most amazing friends because of you. Shout out to Peen's Small GC on Discord. Tree, you are awesome. And I'm so happy that you've been able to enjoy the community that we've built here. Thank you for the $20. Show some love to Tree down below and Hope, take it away. Why do you support Trump?
I support Trump because I voted for Biden the first time.
Okay.
I voted for Biden. I saw all the damage he did to the United States, and that's why I voted for Trump, because I could not stand what was happening with our country.
Okay, what is the most damaging thing that Biden did to America in the last 4 years?
I was a diehard Democrat. I was blue, bleeding heart liberal. And I saw our country go down the toilet. I voted for Trump because I liked his policies. I liked that he put his foot in immigration ass and got people out of here that didn't belong here, because I would not want someone coming into my house when the door was unlocked. And that's exactly what they did to our country. They walked in because we unlocked the door. And I didn't appreciate it. I didn't appreciate that when the immigrants came in, that they were able to go and live free and get food stamps and get medical care, when we have people here, like our veterans and other folks here, that are struggling. That was why I voted for Trump. And I'm telling you, I was diehard blue. Okay. And I appreciate you doing this podcast and you doing this debate. I think it's something that needs to be done. So I appreciate it.
Yeah, so first and foremost, you made an analogy there between unlocking the front door for your house and allowing anybody in, and us allowing undocumented immigrants to come into the country. So that is a bad analogy, and I'm going to go ahead and prove it real quick. So do you think that citizens should be able to legally go in and out of the country as they please?
A citizen should, yes, as long as they're able to go into the other country with the proper documentation.
Right, even like the millions of citizens that you don't personally know.
That I don't personally know. Yeah, if they're citizens here, then they should be
So
able
does
to
this
go
mean
in
that you'd also be okay with the millions of citizens that you don't personally know coming in and out of your house freely as they please?
I would not, because that is my home that I paid for, and that I did not invite them in.
Right. So do we see there how there's just a big difference between your home and who you allow inside of it, and our country and who we would allow inside of it? And earlier when you told us that, well, you wouldn't allow an undocumented immigrant in your home in and out as they please, so therefore that's why we should just cut all immigration off into the country and do a mass deportation. That's just not an equivalent analogy.
No. What I said was, I don't want anybody coming to my home, documented or not, unless I welcome them in. But I don't leave my door open shows anybody can come in. Nobody's coming into my home without my permission. Right. And my country is the same way. Like, you're not coming in without permission.
Actually, a really big reason why we had an increase in undocumented entry into America is because of how tightly the door was shut and how hard legal immigration was to attain into this country. So if you were, for instance, immigrating from Mexico to America and you don't already have any family inside of America, it could take 12 years to become a legal citizen. And that process was unattainable for millions of people. And they just saw undocumented entry as easier and more attainable attainable or the only attainable option, so that's what they opted for. And when you combine that with the pandemic shutting the border down with Title 42, with the pandemic destroying the socioeconomic conditions of southern Latin American countries, giving more incentive for immigration, and with Trump saying that the border was wide open under the Biden-Harris administration, that's why we saw so many undocumented immigrants coming in. Not because the Biden-Harris administration passed an open border bill. That's just misinformation. Now, to circle back around to the second point that you originally brought up about undocumented immigrants living for free, getting food stamps, getting housing. Meanwhile, we have homeless veterans living on the street. Homeless veterans qualify for infinitely more benefits than undocumented immigrants do. Homeless veterans not only qualify for the VA healthcare benefits, however, they also qualify for every single federal benefit in this country. Meanwhile, undocumented immigrants cannot legally qualify for any federal benefit inside of America, and they only qualify for some state benefits and some particularly blue areas, on top of the fact that they pay over $100 billion per year in taxes, economically contributing much more than they would take away through these social safety nets.
Have you ever tried to get an appointment with the VA?
No, because I don't have access to VAs. I never served.
You cannot get an appointment. Those folks that are of the Veterans Administration, they are so booked up and overstaffed and overrun. Most of them can't even get an appointment. They're months and months out.
Really? So then you should actually thank Obama for passing the VA Choice Act that has allowed veterans to seek community care from non-VA facilities covered and paid for by the government if the wait time would extend 20 days for primary care and 28 days for specialized care. So my 14-year-old daughter put me on here with you because she thinks you're cute. But I listen to some of your, I know. I listen to your policies, so just ignore her if you hear her in the background. But I've listened to you for the last 30 minutes. I do not agree with you, but I do appreciate you being on here. I do think we had a huge immigration problem. I think that Biden, who couldn't put two sentences together, and you know this is not a big shock to anybody, couldn't hardly put two sentences together, and then disappeared at the end of his term. I think that he really ruined the country. I hope that Trump can get it back together. Now, let's go back to the free speech. A year ago, if you misgendered somebody, your ass was canceled. You were done. So what's the difference from misgendering someone to now? Where was the free speech then? Yeah, even assuming if everything you just said was true, I mean, you just said the difference in of yourself. There's a difference between cancel culture, which is by the people for the people, and authoritarianism, which is the government silencing those that would dissent them.
That doesn't make any sense at all.
That should make so much sense. Okay, for instance, when like Putin in Russia like controls the state media and like turns off any reporting that is negative upon him and like kills his political opponents that run against him in the races, that's not cancel culture. That's not cancel culture. That's authoritarianism. And for you to equate like Donald Trump's,
because I'm in a parking lot and I needed the AC on. It's hot. We're not driving. We're doing the
And for you to equate somebody like Donald Trump saying it is literally illegal inside of this country to criticize him in the media, to cancel culture, is like a gross like misinterpretation, misunderstanding, and gamification of history. You know, like the attacks on free speech that we saw directed by Mussolini, Kim Jong-un, or Putin, that wasn't cancel culture. That was authoritarianism. Carl, appreciate you for the Interstellar. And point number two, the same thing can be said today, okay? We as a people have a right to free speech, and that free speech would include calling for the cancellation of bad actors saying bad things. That is covered under the First Amendment, and that is a part of criticism inside of a free marketplace in exchange of ideals. However, the government attempting to criminalize speech that they don't like shifts the conversation away from a free marketplace of exchange of ideas to a reflection of the preferences for or against sentiments, media, so on and so forth from those in power, such as Mr. Wannabe all-powerful leader and disregard the rules Trump.
So did he sign this into law? So if you say something right now against him, you're going to get fined or jailed, or is this a law right now?
Well, I mean, actually, he said yesterday that he already thinks it's illegal.
Okay, but did he sign it into law? Where's the documentation that it's signed into law? I don't see anybody arresting you. I don't see you going to jail.
Oh, well, so now you're trying to like yield the conclusion that it's actually not illegal to do that, and to that we can agree, and this actually makes...
I don't see it in law. Just because he said it, I could say that I'm Kim Kardashian. That don't mean shit. Oh,
okay, let me know when I can finish speaking here. So now you're attempting to argue that it's actually not illegal to like criticize the administration. Hey, guess what?
Where is it in law?
Can you let me finish?
Yes, sorry.
So now you're trying to argue that it's actually not illegal to criticize the administration. Hey, guess what? You're right. it's not illegal to criticize the government under the First Amendment's rights of freedom of speech. And this common sense fact actually makes what Donald Trump said yesterday worse. Okay? Like, if Donald Trump was saying that he thinks it's illegal to criticize the government when it's actually illegal to criticize the government, that wouldn't be Donald Trump, spewing false truths, trying to make new rules, circumventing the Constitution to be a dictator. That'd be him just relaying reality. But the fact that actually is not illegal to criticize the government, in fact, it is very commonly sensically understood that through the First Amendment that behavior is protected, and Donald Trump said in his mind he thinks it's illegal, and he's directing the FCC to start pulling the licenses of media organizations that criticize him. This makes him all the worse because it's no longer the president playing by the rules, but it's a wannabe all-powerful leader that is making new rules.
He thinks it's illegal. Stop clapping. He thinks it's illegal, but he could also think that Donald Duck is the president of Haiti. It doesn't matter. What he thinks and what is law are two different things.
So now you're telling us what the president thinks doesn't matter.
Where is it in law that the licenses are going to be pulled?
So once again, I disagree with the first thing that you said there. You said what the president thinks doesn't matter. I think what the president thinks doesn't matter because what the president thinks gives us insight into what he does. If Donald Trump wasn't delusional, didn't want to be an authoritarian, and didn't think that it was literally illegal to criticize him in the media, then we wouldn't have seen ABC cancel Jimmy Kimmel 2 days ago because the Trump administration pressured them into doing so.
In the last month, they dropped 11%, dude.
Yeah, guess what? Guess what? Low ratings don't justify the government infringing upon his speech. What?
How did the government didn't fire him? ABC fired him.
Oh,
Donald Trump didn't walk in and say, Jimmy, you're fired. You probably should have. You didn't.
Well, actually, no. The Trump administration's FCC chairman, Brendan Carr, went on a podcast and said that they were going to revoke the license of ABC and Disney if they didn't take Jimmy Kimmel off air. And then Trump reiterated that sentiment privately to ABC and Disney, leading them to take Jimmy Kimmel off air. Then ABC and Disney publicly responded by saying that they don't personally think that Jimmy Kimmel had crossed any line to warrant his cancellation, meaning that it was purely the influence of the Trump administration, which they bent the knee to, which is condemnable. Cancel your Disney Plus and Hulu subscriptions. But anyways, then Donald Trump went on Truth Social and celebrated this shit, when in all reality, it's just inching us one step closer to an authoritarian, totalitarian state. And it is crazy to me that you are blinded by the rose, by the rose glasses in your perceptions of Trump and the current administration within our government, when you have a 14-year-old child that will have to deal with the repercussions of his blatantly anti-constitutional, anti-free speech, pro-authoritarian regime for all the years to come, even after you pass on. It is not just, very condemnable for the prospects of the country that you want to see being not a free one, not a democracy, not one led by the voice and the vote of the people and supported by the rights offered and protected for us by the Constitution, but rather this authoritarian, all-powerful dictatorship. But it's also condemnable knowing that your child is going to have to grow up in that world, and that's something that you're not just merely indifferent to, but you actively support.
I actively support Trump, absolutely 100%. But I'm saying if he hasn't signed it into law, I don't know why everyone's freaking out. He said, I want to do this. This is how I feel, blah, blah, blah. And he has not signed it into law. And to everyone that's messaging me, please stop. This is a debate. I do not need you to send me messages. This is just a debate. And I want this to say a nice debate.
Okay,
I don't need messages.
I'm actually gonna, so you saying that on your own is only gonna cause more messages. So I'll actually agree with that. If the people watching this stream could not send her DMs, not comment on our posts, that would be very meaningful to me. So please don't do that. We condemn that. We don't do that here. Also, I'll just reiterate what she just said there. But now let me ask you a question. So if Donald Trump did sign something that was blatantly unconstitutional into law, would you still support him?
I would. It depends on what it is. It depends on what it is. And I got to tell you too, let me tell you this, Dean, please. It's Dean, right? Yeah. Let me tell you this. I am Gen X hardcore. We are the fuck around and find out generation. I'm assuming that you're a millennial or a Gen Z. I don't know. I don't want to make an assumption on you, but we are a different breed, which you guys know this because we raised most of you. We are a different breed. It depends on what it was. If it was something where, because I told you, I supported Biden. I voted for Biden. I don't hate you. I don't hate your right to speak at all. I think that what you're doing and that you're debating folks, I think is great. I think you should continue doing that. But I support him. I will continue to support him until he shows me a reason not to.
Sure, would a good reason not to be signing Executive Order number 14160 into law that expressly and blatantly violated the 14th Amendment when he attempted to take birthright citizenship away from the children born to undocumented immigrants on American soil, when that right
Don't
was
come to
expressly
America and have a baby if you're not
constitutionally protected?
documented. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead and finish.
So the action of a child being born to undocumented parents and being protected under the 14th Amendment's first section right to birthright citizenship is explicit and backed by case law extending from 1897 until 1987. So are you telling me that you support him, wanting to be an all-powerful leader and circumventing the power vested in the Constitution to rewrite the rule of law?
If you know that you're undocumented and you come over specifically because you want to have your child over here so your child's documented, thinking that's going to give you a hook to stay in the United States, I absolutely disagree with that, Dean. I do disagree with that.
So you disagree with the fact that that's constitutionally protected?
I do.
Okay, all right.
I absolutely do not think that if you're going to come over here and have a child because you want your child to be born here to become a citizen so that it gives you a hook to stay in the country.
Can I read you the first section of the 14th?
Please.
Kai, I appreciate you for the varsity squad. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. So here's the first section of the 14th Amendment. All persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States and of the state wherein they reside. I have a question. Are the children born to undocumented immigrants people?
Absolutely. But they're not American people.
So then you agree that they have a claim to birthright citizenship under the section of the 14th Amendment I just read to you.
They did until our president signed it out.
So the president can't reinterpret or change the Constitution with an executive order. The power vested by the Constitution is to Congress to change it, and the power vested by the Constitution to reinterpret it would be in SCOTUS, not an executive order from the president.
What he said. Will you please stop talking? Sorry. I just missed what you said because she was talking. But the bottom line is...
I'll repeat it. One second, I'll repeat it. So you said that was the 14th Amendment until Donald Trump tried... you said that was the 14th Amendment until Trump changed it? Trump can't change the 14th Amendment.
Until he signed it until he made his executive order.
Executive orders can't change or reinterpret the Constitution.
Don't come over here if you're pregnant to have a child
so that what I just said.
He looks into the... Absolutely. I do not agree. I do not agree with you, Dean. I'm sorry.
You don't agree with me? Wait, do you want to read Article 4 and Article 3 and Article 2 of the Constitution, where they clearly describe if the Constitution is going to be changed, a new amendment would have to be passed and ratified by over 75% of Congress in both chambers, and if the Constitution is to be reinterpreted as is, that power would land vested inside of the Supreme Court?
You asked me who I would support, and I gave you my answer. I am supporting Trump. I will continue to support Trump, sir, until I feel he has done something to not warrant my support.
Well, I think now that you're changing the topic of conversation, now that you've realized you lost, you made the claim that the 14th Amendment did protect that right for the children of undocumented immigrants until Trump changed it.
But it doesn't anymore.
But I just made it very clear how Donald Trump can't change the Constitution.
Let me say something, Dean, real quick.
No,
let me say something.
I want the one thing I've been saying that you haven't been addressing. You said Trump can change the Constitution with an executive order, and I responded by detailing to you how that's clearly false. Would you like me to repeat my response so hopefully you have a better understanding of where I'm coming from?
Let me ask you this. So does that mean that people can't come over and have a child and it be documented if they're undocumented? Right now, somebody crosses the border, has a baby in Texas. Is that child legally an American citizen or not? As of right now, 2025.
They are legally an American citizen because federal judges that also care about the Constitution struck that EO down as illegal.
I don't agree with that. I think that he signed that order because it was getting too lackadaisical and people were using that as a hook to come into the United States.
So are you saying that he signed this unconstitutional executive order that violated the core American tenets of the amendments of the Constitution, and that's something you support?
Can you please ask your people to stop messaging me?
Yeah, I will. Once again, please stop messaging the guests. I mean that seriously, you guys. Like, if you guys message
I
guests,
think I'm gonna pull off here because I'm getting so many messages. It's blocking you up. So, thank you for your time. I appreciate you, but I'm gonna pop off here. Hold on a second.
Bye, Dean. Thank you. You got this. You're a king.
Oh my god.
I guess we're gonna go ahead and move on to the next guest. She's running. I don't know what to do when we hit that point where it's like the guest says something that's just false. Like she was like repeating that Trump can change the Constitution with an executive order. Then I'm like, actually, like that's false because reasons X, Y, and Z, that power is only delegated to Congress by the Constitution. And then they just ignore it. Like, what do you even do at that point? Is there anything to do at that point? I don't know. But yeah, W kid for real. But let's go to move on to that next Trump supporter at this point in time, guys. Go ahead and put a Trump with your age down below in that comment section. And, you know, we're going to get you pulled up onto the live right now. Once again, looking for that next Trump supporter. Let's go to move on. If you do want to support me, you could find my Venmo, my PayPal in the link tree in my bio on TikTok. In fact, we have a handful of people to thank, so let's go ahead and do that now. Thank you guys so much for all the love. Holy fuck. But let's get that next guest loaded up in here. While we are getting the next guest loaded up in here, show some love to Haley for the $15 over on Venmo. Saying, Dean, thank you for teaching me so much. Love watching every day. Keep doing what you do. Thank you, Haley. Let's show some love to Haley while we get Preston loaded up. Oh, as well, Serenity with the $10. Thank you so much. And Ezekiel with the $35. Ezekiel with the $35 says, your lives are the only thing keeping me going in these trying times. Please don't ever stop, Dean. You are 1 in a trillion. Ezekiel, I love you. Thank you for being here. And I'm so happy that the lives help you. Thank you so much for the $35 donation in the message. Show some love to Ezekiel, Serenity, and Haley down below in that comment section. What is up, Preston? Do you support Trump?
Hey, yes, I do, and I am 19 years old.
Great. Let me go ahead and thank 4 more people here. James, thank you for the $15 on Venmo. Show some love to James. Renee with a 3, Indy with a 5, and Joshua with the 8, and Sarah with a 5. Thank you guys so very, very much. And then also Trader, thank you so much for the $50 over on PayPal. Holy fuck, that is so much money. Thank you, man. That is Trader spelled Trader. Trader says, a light to all of us with facts needed more than ever. Thank you so much, man. As well as holy fuck, Laura. Thank you for the $100 donation on PayPal, bro. Dude, that is insane. I don't deserve that much. Show some love to the Queen Laura down below. Laura says, you are saving this woman's daughter a decade of therapy. Her mom can have her mind changed. I don't know if that's going to happen. Hopefully, right? That's the goal. But Laura, thank you for the $100. That is so very kind of you. As well as there is a handful of other individuals over on PayPal that did donate. I am going to thank you, in the middle of this conversation as it kind of progresses so we could hop back into the debates. Take it away. Why do you support Trump?
Hey, so I just got like 2 quick things to say before I go because I do have to go, but I just wanted to get on here and say.
Unfortunately, man, I'm going to go and kick you. Feel free to request up later when you have time to like have a fleshed out conversation. However, we're not looking for like the jabs or the 4-second sound bites. We're looking for, hopefully more nuanced dialogue about why you support the president.
Oh my
What's
God.
up, Kendall? Do you support
Can
Trump?
you hear me?
I can. How old are you?
Oh my God, I love you so much. I love you.
I'm going to go ahead and assume that means you're not MAGA. I do appreciate you for the love, though, Kendall, and you have a great rest of your day. Go ahead and put a Trump with your age down below in that comment section if you want to join. We got Abby loading up into the box. Here we go. There we go, guys. Caitlin, thank you for the $10 on PayPal saying, W kid, you are a king. Appreciate you as always. Thank you, Caitlin. Show some love to Caitlin down below. What's up, Abby? You support Trump? 5, 4.
I'm just gonna.
Wait, what did she say? I don't know why I kicked her. I think I kicked Abby too quick. I don't know. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
Age, please. You did not want to give his age. Moving on. Here we go. We got Dylan loading up. Heidi, thank you so much for the $15 on PayPal. Saying, Dean, I've told you how before I'm recovering from a stroke and how much you and Parker have helped me. Heidi, yes, I do remember you, and I hope that you're doing good. I really hope that you're doing good. Strokes are so fucking scary, Heidi. They're so scary. Thank you for the $15. As well as Grace, thank you for the 10, saying keep doing what you do, bro. Thank you. Show some love to Grace. And then Jacob, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. And Lucas with the 5. What's going on, man? Do you support Trump, Mr. Dylan?
Yes, sir. I voted for him.
How old are you?
29.
Great, man. You know what? Actually, let me start this conversation off by asking you a question. Donald Trump said yesterday in the Oval that it's illegal to criticize him. How does that make you feel?
Oh, I mean, I really don't support that. I mean, I'm big on the First Amendment, and I don't think that anybody should be silenced for their opinion.
Why is that not your red line?
Oh, I mean, it's my whole thing was his foreign policy. I did not like how the Biden and Harris administration handled the pullout of Iraq.
Afghanistan?
I really didn't like Yeah, my bad.
No worries.
Kind of moving around right now.
I think that Donald Trump saying
that was a big red line.
I think that Donald Trump saying that you're not allowed to legally criticize him is going to be a little bit more consequential than the pullout of Afghanistan that was originally planned and organized by Trump.
No, I do agree with that. I do 1,000% agree with that.
So if the pullout from Afghanistan
however,
was like the red line against ever voting for Kamala Harris, how come you still support Trump even though he's done something that is more consequential and more wrong?
Well, as his presidency has progressed, I've realized that maybe Kamala would have been a better option. However, I still think that our foreign policy underneath Trump's administration was in some ways better than Kamala's. Okay. Kamala's and Biden's.
So, like, what was the difference between the foreign policy that Kamala Harris ran on and what Trump is doing today with foreign policy that makes you support Trump more?
So with Trump's foreign policy, it seemed like he wanted to focus more on domestic issues, which I think everybody, that's just the summary that the conclusion that I came to. I'm not saying that that's
like,
exactly.
Say an example of this is like one of the reasons why you still support Trump today is because Kamala Harris wanted to continue to send money to Ukraine?
Well, as I said earlier, I don't really support Trump in that way. I'm not MAGA.
Wait, I didn't say
However,
Trump. I was talking about Kamala Harris. So you just told me that you support Trump because his foreign policy is more like focused on America. And I'm like thinking maybe an example of this is like, you know, he ran on like defunding Ukraine so we could use that money on our country compared to giving it to them.
Yes.
Okay, so would you still support Trump if that's not something that he ran on or that he was doing?
He did run on that. He have
I know,
the
but I'm saying, like,
America
hypothetically,
First
if that's not what he wanted to do, would you still support him as president today?
Well, yeah, if he didn't want to do that, but we're not talking about hypothetical. We're talking about what he did.
Oh, so you're saying like hypothetically, if he didn't want to defund Ukraine, you wouldn't support him, right?
I'm not saying that if he did want to defund Ukraine.
No, I'm saying if he didn't.
Never
Dude, listen to what I'm saying. If he didn't want to defund Ukraine, would you still support him?
If he didn't want to defund Ukraine, probably not, personally.
Okay, awesome. Well, let's see if you're a man of your word. On July 11th, he resumed all funding to Ukraine. Do you still support him?
I was not aware. That was July 11th of this year?
Yeah.
Yeah, I did not. My birthday is in July, so I was kind of more focused on myself, I guess.
Yeah, feel free to fact check me all you want. So do you
No,
support
I'm
him?
not. I believe you. I wholeheartedly believe you. However, I'm just saying that
So
the
do you,
foreign
still,
policy.
do you still support him?
No, currently, I can't say that I do. Currently, I don't like the progression of his presidency. However, when I voted for him, those were the things that I saw.
Awesome. Man.
And
Can I have you read this out real loud?
Okay, you got me. All right, Dean, you got me. You
have a good rest of your day, bro.
All right, man. You too.
You take care. You take care. You take care. You take care. It's good to hear that you no longer support him, man. Let's go to move on to the next guest. Guys, hop in that queue if you happen to support Trump. We're going to get you loaded up in here. And if you want to support me once again, you can find my PayPal and my Venmo in the link tree in my bio on TikTok and in that pin message on that YT stream. I appreciate y'all for all the love today. You guys have been so fucking kind. Such as like Caitlin and Sarah. I appreciate you both so much for the $10 over on PayPal. Thank you so much, you guys. As well as Cammy, spelled Cammi. Thank you so much for the $25 over on PayPal. While we're looking to get that next Trump supporter loaded into the live, show some love to Cammy down below in that chat. Thank you so much. Thank you. As well as for all the gifts over on TikTok. These filters are funny. Cammy with the $25 says, I look forward to watching you and Parker every day. Keep up the good work. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Go ahead and put a Trump with your age in that comment section if you want to join up and have a conversation with me about why you're MAGA. I would love to chat. We got that next guest, Maddox, loading in. As well as, let's see here, Melanie with a 6, Hilma with a 5, and Max with a 10 over on PayPal. Thank you, 3, so very much. And then Tina with a $25 donation over on Venmo saying you were awesome. Thank you, Tina.
Hello.
That's very kind of you. That is a child. Goodbye. Tina with the $25. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Tina. If everyone watching could show some love to Tina, it mean a lot. Thank you so much. And then Caroline, thank you for the 3, Lauren with the 5, and Megan with the 10. That is incredibly kind of y'all. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do support Trump.
Oh, it's you again.
I just wanted to start off by saying that I actually do not agree with what happened.
I've debated that guy like 50 times, so unfortunately I'm gonna go and kick him. Dude, I've talked to that guy like literally 50 times. I think that he's probably
I'll bet.
No worries, bro. No worries, bro. You support Trump?
Yeah.
Yeah, how old are you?
19.
19, what year were you born in?
2006.
Are you good?
Yeah.
He's trolling. Get out of here. Bro started to do ASMR. He ran out of cough, so he started going. We're moving on to the next guest. We got David Ray loading up. And Thomas, thank you so much for the $20 super chat over on YT, bro. That is very kind of you. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate that. Thomas, you're the GOAT. Show some love to Thomas in those chats, y'all. What's up, man? Do you support Trump?
I do.
How old are you?
I'm 20.
20. Why the hell do you support Trump as president?
All right, so initially when I was going into it, obviously, this is like the first election I could actually vote in, take serious, like as a voter. So when I was looking at it, I looked at pre-COVID economy. I don't think there's much of an argument that it wasn't really good and much better than it ever has been since pre-COVID. And that's what I looked at a lot when it came to his first presidency, hoping that it will carry over into the second presidency. And
yeah, but obviously it hasn't. So obviously the question is, how do you still support Trump today? And I mean, I think that this question is.
Well, I also don't think that you can transform America in less than a year. He needs time still.
But you could.
Would you agree with that?
You could significantly hurt it in less than a year. You know, like during the last 2 years of the Biden-Harris administration, things were great, if I'm going to be honest. The annual GDP growth for the last year of the Biden administration was 2.4%. Feds are telling us this year it's going to be 1.4%. In the first quarter of this year, during Trump's term, of course, what the hell? Our GDP went, that's a funny ass gif. Our GDP went down for the first time in years. We see that investment into American manufacturing has stagnated and gone down for the first time in years. Long-term unemployment is the highest it has been, excluding the pandemic, since Donald Trump's first term pre-COVID, which is funny because that's something that you brought up. We see that for the first time in like 10 years, there's more unemployed Americans than there is job openings. And we see that job reports have been increasingly getting worse and worse with every single month. So yeah, if you're like a big economy guy, well, I think you have to come to terms with the fact that every single fact of the American economy has gotten significantly worse in the last 9 months.
I mean, it's not in a good place right now, if we're looking at it from a realistic perspective, but I think it's only going to get better, and it's only, I think, trending better. And I know, I get what you're saying, that every month it's getting worse, and I get what you're saying. I can't even pull up statistics to prove you wrong on that, nor do I even know the exact statistics, honestly.
So what is Donald Trump doing that's good for the economy?
Honestly, I think that it's just his policies in general. I mean, when you look at the economy before, I mean, he proved that he could do. Maybe miswording, but when you looked at what he could do before, you just have to think that he can do it again under not a bad, like when COVID hit, everything shut down. Then Biden takes over, and then it gets way worse. Everything. I mean, I have a lot more points than just economy, by the way.
So what's one good economic policy Trump passed in his first term? You continue wanting to talk about that, saying that before the pandemic, we had a great economy, and that was because of Trump. So
I mean, I thought the way that he actually, yeah.
So what is like one good economic policy he passed?
I don't know a specific policy. What I can say about the economy itself is that a lot of Democrats back then like to say that there were, like in terms of race and getting unemployed, like Black Americans jobs, it was at an all-time high back then, which was a big major problem for liberals, which only boosted the economy, getting more people jobs. And people had jobs back then, pre-COVID. People had jobs, and that was boosting the economy.
Okay, point number one, y'all gotta stop with these silly ass fucking filters on TikTok. Like, what, dude? They're so distracting. Holy fuck, they're so distracting. Like, I appreciate you guys for the love. No, like, I really do. Like, seriously, thank you so much for everyone that is supporting me on TikTok right now. But they're so distracting. Oh my god. For everyone watching on YouTube, you guys are like, what the fuck? I'm a fucking fairy right now with like the Egyptian headpiece on, and maybe here in like a second I'll be like a kitty with a paw on my, like, oh my god. Anyways, to go back to what I was saying here, so first and foremost, you said that there was a good level of unemployment for black Americans in America during Donald Trump's first administration. So you're
I meant employment. Sorry, I meant employment. If you understood unemployment, I meant employment.
Yeah, so the lowest level of unemployment for black Americans under Donald Trump's first term was 5.4%. That was beat twice under the Biden-Harris administration. At like, I can't even look at the TikTok stream. I'm going to start looking at the YouTube stream. That was beat under the Biden-Harris administration. We had at one point an unemployment rate for black Americans sub 5% and another point at 5.3%. Now, once again, you're telling me that you think...
Would you agree that unemployment was at 3.5% in 29? Okay, go ahead.
Only if you'll agree that once again in July of 2022 and August of 2023, it was at 3.2 and
well, I mean, my whole claim was pre-COVID.
Right. And once again, now we're talking about after COVID under the Biden-Harris administration, how they had lower
right, but isn't that bait and switch? When we were talking pre-COVID beforehand, when I had brought up when I brought up economics before, or economy before COVID, how are we transitioning to after COVID when I never made the claim?
Because I'm showing you how there's even lower levels of unemployment under the Biden-Harris administration.
And that was also after COVID settled down as well. They had better chance to regain the economy as well. I'm not saying that Biden was horrible.
And before COVID, there was no pandemic in the last 5 years.
What do you mean? Wait, what?
You're saying that was after COVID settled down, so they had more stable economic conditions, so they had a better chance to get like a really low level of unemployment. Well, before COVID, before 2020, the last pandemic was 100 years before Donald Trump's administration and the quote-unquote great economic conditions that you're talking about.
Okay,
now,
well then if we're going to
can you stop cutting me off? Dude, you've interrupted me every single time I've opened my mouth.
All right, go ahead, sorry.
Okay, if you do it again, I'm going to start muting you. You got that?
You're not... Okay, go ahead.
Perfect. So once again, you just continue to attempt to try to baselessly associate economic variables in Donald Trump's first administration as being caused by him. But then when I ask you what he did to cause it, you are gagged and you have nothing to say in return. So I'll just simply ask you here, is your argument whatever happens in the American economy caused by the president?
Not always, no.
Okay, then how do you know that he caused these various aspects that you keep on talking about, such as low unemployment? What did he do to increase jobs in this country?
I mean, he focused a lot on it. He focused a lot on
that's too vague.
The economy,
more specific.
Like he focused a lot on tax cuts, which fueled the growth of the economy 100%. Would you agree?
Actually, no, I wouldn't agree. According to a study done by two Harvard economists, one right-leaning and one left-leaning, the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, which cost the taxpayer $1.9 trillion, by the way, only increased our GDP by 0.04% per year, as well as another financial study done by the Financial Institute of the name of Brookings. The Tax Cuts and Jobs Act did not increase macro-level business reinvestment, meaning it couldn't have possibly created any new jobs. So it attributed to a lot of debt-related spending, $2 trillion. Meanwhile, it marginally grew the GDP, and it caused no new macro-level business reinvestment, meaning it didn't create any new jobs.
I mean, the 2017, what was it called? It was in 2017. It was the tax cut, whatever thing. It had lowered the corporate rate specifically. I forgot. It was like 35% to I don't know. It was like significantly lower on the corporate tax, which then just creates more jobs. I mean, statistically created more jobs.
No, I just explained to you how that's false, because the assumption would be here, if we reduce the corporate tax rate, companies are going to have more money to invest into more jobs. But once again,
right.
I cited you a study done by Brookings, which indicated that the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act caused no new macro level business reinvestment of those funds.
Would you not agree that on
Can you
average,
stop interrupting me?
I didn't mean to.
Meaning that it didn't create any new jobs through that business reinvestment. And honestly, we should expect this, okay? Because guess what? The corporate tax rate is only applied to the profits of a company, not the revenue and not the money that they reinvest. And in fact, a higher corporate tax rate would actually incentivize more business reinvestment, so less money is taxed. And the incentivization of more business reinvestment would actually lead to more jobs.
I mean, I wasn't aware of the study. It's a interesting point you actually make. It's a cornering point because I don't know how to really respond to it because it's a good point.
Right. I mean, yeah, that's what we saw. We saw $2 trillion worth of debt-related spending on a bill that disproportionately helped rich people, and no new business reinvestment and minimal GDP growth. And I mean, it's even gotten worse his second time around because this time he extended the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, but he also kicked 10 million people off of healthcare and 3 million people off of food stamps. I feel like, it should be obvious to anybody that, spends a significant amount of time researching this shit that his administration is really, really bad.
I mean, also when I looked at it back then, though, it was more jobs, more competition, more people getting jobs, more people receiving higher paychecks, even the middle class, which everyone on the Democratic side was always worried about the rich getting richer. It seems to be a big
So that's also false. So you said that more people receive higher paychecks. So that would mean
on average, yes.
So that point is false because that point would implicate that there were higher real median wages under Donald Trump's term compared to that of Biden and Harris, which is not true. If you go,
well, I wasn't comparing. I was just saying.
Yes, you were. You were comparing because you said higher. Higher is a comparative term.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough.
Right, and you will see that we actually had higher real median wages under the Biden-Harris administration.
I mean, yeah. I mean, I thought that it was for the first time in 50 years. You have to look at it from back then. For the first time in 50 years, unemployment had reached record lows for
You're
blacks.
You're repeating yourself and call black individuals
I get
black
it.
people.
Well, I mean, I was just supporting the point.
That doesn't support the point for the reasons that I've already given.
What do you want me to respond to? What do you like? What am I answering, or what am I?
Yeah, either want you to tell me why I'm wrong and arguing.
I just said you're right. It's a great point.
Okay,
I thought it was a good point.
So, do you have any other reasons why you support Trump?
In terms of immigration, I don't think that people should just be able to walk in, which is what Biden was trending towards and allowing, and then I felt like the same.
Okay, so you think that the Biden-Harris administration had open border policy?
Not open border policy, but a lot more of a lenient border policy than Trump is for.
Okay, what did they change to make the border policy more lenient?
Who did who?
The Biden-Harris administration?
Well, I'm just looking at statistics of the amount of illegal immigrants that came into the country during the Biden.
Yeah, but that's not going to tell us anything about their policy. If you want to say that because there was more undocumented immigrants coming into America under Biden and Harris, that therefore they had more lenient immigration policy, I could just say because we had the highest level of unemployment in the last 100 years under Donald Trump in his first term in April of 2020, that therefore he had more unemployment policy. But obviously that's not going to be a good way to go about things. And once again, my response to this argument is going to be the same response to your first argument. You cannot say that because two variables are associated with one another, that one variable caused the other. You can't say because we had higher levels of undocumented entry into America under the Biden-Harris administration, therefore, without any other reason they caused that. You'd actually have to explain how they caused that by pointing out their policy.
I mean, he stopped the border wall construction. He literally stopped the construction of the wall. You don't think that has an implication to it?
Actually, no. The Biden-Harris administration wanted to construct more wall than what was built in Donald Trump's first term under the bipartisan border bill. And that bill was torpedoed by Donald Trump calling Republican members in Congress and telling them to vote against it. So if you think that stopping wall construction is bad and that's what led to more undocumented entry into America under the Biden-Harris administration, well, you just told us all that Donald Trump is the one that did that bad thing.
I mean, did Biden not want the Trump wall to stop in construction?
Yeah,
he
didn't want that?
He
Once
didn't?
again, the bipartisan,
because that would be educating me.
The bipartisan border bill that they signed on to, that they pushed to get passed through Congress, would have built more than what was built under Donald Trump's first term.
I'm unaware of that. I was not aware of that.
Now you are.
If that's true.
I have a question. Would you still support Trump if he blatantly violated the Constitution?
Are you going to bring up the Jimmy Kimmel thing?
I could bring
Is
up the
that-
Jimmy Kimmel thing. I could bring up him saying that criticizing him in the media is illegal. I could bring up him like violating the 14th Amendment by trying to rescind birthright citizenship for the children of undocumented immigrants. I could bring up him violating the First Amendment by attempting to ban burning of the American flag. I could bring up him calling for a termination of the 22nd Amendment when he said he wanted to run for a third term. Or I could bring up him calling for a termination of the Second Amendment when he pushed for the Justice Department to ban gun ownership for all trans Americans. He doesn't care about the Constitution, and he's made that incredibly clear by attacking multiple amendments inside of it.
Yeah, that's a lot. The one I can respond to is what everyone's been talking to about the past few days about the Jimmy Kimmel thing. I actually, if I'm going to say, I think it's disgusting that he can't take someone talking bad about him, but he can talk bad about other people. I think it's part of it. If you're going to stand on disrespecting people in terms of, because he does disrespect people as a person, like, so if you're going to stand on disrespecting people, you have to be able to take it the other way.
Right.
So I don't agree with that.
So why do you still support him, even though he's such like a unconstitutional, all powerful leader president?
Because I just
who wants
don't
to make the
draw a
rules
line
instead of a
for
president
that.
wants to follow the rules.
I just, like I said, I don't draw a line right for that. You know, it's not like,
Okay, so then why do you still
there's a
support
lot
him?
worse that someone could do.
Why do you still support him?
Why do I still support him?
Yeah.
I mean, you're giving me a lot of reasons not to.
I am.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty cornered.
Do you have anything
You're a
else
good
you'd like to
debater.
argue?
Great debater. Probably not. You did well.
Okay. I hope you have a good rest of your day. Real quick before I kick you, how long is your drive?
My drive?
Yeah.
I'm in my bed.
No. How long? Your picture, your profile picture, is somebody swinging a driver. Is that you?
Oh, that is me.
How long is your drive?
Carry right now, like 270.
Damn. Good shit. Have a good rest of your day. We're going to move on to the next guest, guys. Only hop in that queue if you happen to support Trump. We are only looking for MAGA. Okay. So if you are watching this stream and you are an American adult that supports Trump as president, hop in that queue. We're going to get you loaded into the live. And yeah, we're just looking for some debates, folks, looking for some conversations. That's the point of the streams. If you're enjoying the stream, make sure that you're double tapping on that phone screen. Let's try to get up to 3 million likes. And if you want to support me and support what we do here, stop it with the fucking filters. I mean, I appreciate you guys, but they're so distracting. And you can support me over on Venmo and PayPal in the link tree in my bio. But seriously, I do appreciate you guys for the love. However distracting that love may be. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Hey, I got a question.
Or do you support Trump?
Yes, but hold on.
How old are you?
Huh?
How old are you?
18.
Yeah, I don't believe you for a second. Get the hell out of here while we get that next guest loaded into the stream. Go to put a Trump with their age down below in that comment section if we want to get you loaded up in here. Yo, dude. Maddie, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo saying love from Mama Peach. Maddie, it has been so long. I hope that you're doing well. Mama Peach is an OG icon of the community here. Thank you so much, Mama Peach. What's going on, Cars? Do you support Trump? Nope, Cars isn't here. Okay, also, Kindle, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. I actually want to read off Kindle's donation. Wow. Okay, so I want everyone to pay attention to what Kindle says here. So Kindle donated me $10 on Venmo 18 minutes ago. Kindle, I really hope that you're still here. Thank you. But Kindle said, I discovered you after Charlie passed. I have always been a Republican, but after seeing your debates and videos, I have been leaning more left. I just wanted to say thank you for being so outspoken about your beliefs while still trying to be respectful of others. Kindle. You're why I do what I do. You're why I do what I do, Kindle. You're why I do what I do. You're a goddamn queen. And don't let anybody ever tell you otherwise, okay? We're going to move on to that next Trump supporter. Hop in that queue if you are MAGA. Ooh, that's awesome. That is awesome. Go and put Trump with your age down below in that comment section. What a good day. What a good day it is. What a good day it is. Riley, thank you for the $10 on Venmo as well, saying thank you for all that you do. Well, thank you. I really appreciate you, Riley. Thank you so much. As well as Allison with a 5, thank you so much. And Sean with a 15, saying, dude, watching your lives and debates is the only political content I can actually handle anymore. Thank you so much. Yeah, Sean, I get it. A lot of political content is just like, it's hard. It is hard, man. But it's cool that you enjoy the streams. As well as Margot, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. Thank you so much. Show some love to Margot down below in that chat. They say, thank you for all that you do. Keep educating people by calling them out. Hell yeah, Margot. Appreciate you for the 20. As well as Rachel with a 15 and Kaylee with the 20 as well. Kaylee says, keep doing what you do. And Rachel says, as a Gen X mom, I'm super disappointed in that other Gen X mom from like 30 minutes ago. Fuck yeah. Thank you so much for the love, Rachel, Kaylee, Margot, Sean, Allison, Riley, Maddie, Kendall. You guys are also awesome. Thank you so much. What's going on? Do you support Trump?
I am the Grand Wizard Master.
Okay. Everyone laughed super hard, CJ. No, it's funny. That landed. That landed really hard. I know, super funny, huh? We're gonna go ahead and move on to the next guest. Oh, wait. Grand Wizard Master. Wait, let me make sure that's not Grand.
Oh yeah, no. That's bad, no?
Oh, that is.
Yeah, that's real bad.
I didn't even. Yeah. I apologize, guys. I didn't even. I was thinking like video games. I was thinking board games. I was thinking Harry Potter. I wasn't. Yeah.
Yeah.
What's going on? Do you support Trump?
Hey, I used to.
You don't anymore.
So
now?
I do got a question.
Do you still support him today?
No, fell off quite a while ago.
Awesome, man. I'm really happy that you no longer support him. That's awesome. Yeah, I would really like to apologize for my response to that last guess. Yeah, the Grand Wizard Master. That's a KKK title. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
Okay, how old are you?
22, sir.
Okay.
Great to meet you, by the way.
Yeah, man. Yeah, so it's now everyone in the chat. See, now you guys are getting it too. See? Yeah, great to meet you, man. I do need to go ahead and thank a handful of people, as you guys have been like so fucking incredibly kind over on PayPal. Seriously, thank you so much. Like, holy fuck, guys. First and foremost, Anonymous. Thank you so much for the $45 donation over on PayPal. Anonymous, that is so incredibly kind of you. Thank you so much. Anon says, keep up the good work. Respect the hell out of what you do. Don't say my full name on stream. Just Josh, please. Oh, okay. I can call you Josh. Well, Josh, thank you so much for the love. I appreciate you for the $45 donation. Show some love to Josh down below. As well as Najee, spelled N-A-G-I, with a $25 saying, go Birds, fuck ICE, and free Palestine. Yeah, I saw that clip too. Go Birds, fuck ICE, and free Palestine. Appreciate you for the $25, Najee. As well as Leo with a 20 saying, AD and I fully admire and appreciate everything that you do and the effort you put into reshaping the future for younger generations. Leah, I'm really happy that you're here. Thank you for being with us, and thank you for the $20 donation. Seriously, I mean it a billion times over. And then I'm going to thank 2 more people here, although there's a handful of other donations. I'm going to go and let this guest start their argument after I thank these 2 more people. But Devin and Chad, thank you both so very much. You guys are just showing so much love today. Thank you both so very much for the $50 donations on PayPal. Let's spam the chat with W Devins and W Chads. Devin says, this old man has hope for the future with young people like you as thought leaders. Keep it up. Thank you so much, Devin. Seriously, man, from the bottom of my heart. Thank you so much. As well as Chad with a $50 saying, I've learned more in the last 4 hours from you and Parker than all of 2025 combined. Thank you for doing this essential work for the American people. Chad, same thing to you, bro. From the bottom of my heart, thank you for the love. I'm happy that you've been learning from the streams. You are awesome. And Devin and Chad, you guys have a good rest of your day. Now, new guys, take it away. Why do you support Trump?
So, first off, thanks for letting me come on here. Anyway, so I work over the road. I don't know a whole bunch about policies and everything, but just some of the reasons I support Trump is immigration. And I just don't think Biden's open border policies, don't agree with them.
Yeah, well, you just contradicted yourself. You started off by saying that you don't really know too much about the policies, but now you're telling us that
No,
you
I
support the
don't.
34 count felon that wants to silence dissenters in the media by saying it's illegal to criticize him because you didn't like the policy of the last administration, even though you don't know much about it. I feel like this is more so an issue of just like being ignorant to the facts. And because you're ignorant to the facts, you're more likely to accept misinformation and propaganda as perpetuated by the media. But I feel like we should kind of like reshape the way that we think here. And if we are going to argue that Trump is a good president, you must have compelling reason for it. And if you are going to argue that the Biden-Harris administration failed this country, you'd also have to have compelling reason for it. And I know that you don't have said compelling reason because the Biden-Harris administration never passed open border policy.
So, okay, so I pay taxes. Great amount, actually. I work 85 hours a week, 12 hours a day. But anyway, I pay so much in taxes that I don't agree with their open border policies. And I like the way Trump runs our border.
Okay. Okay.
Using my tax money.
Okay. Well, I mean, well, like,
gotta admit,
how's
that's
he
fair.
running the border? What is the new border policy he's implemented in the last 200 days?
Crackdown. He cracks down.
But how's he cracked down?
He's got ICE in Los Angeles.
Oh, they're
going to
doing
Memphis.
They're doing the deportation. So I just want to clarify that you don't think that your tax dollars should be spent on undocumented immigrants?
Exactly.
And what state do you live in?
Midwest, sir. I don't want to say what state, but I live in the
Is it a red
rural
state?
Midwest. Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you know that the only time your tax dollars are spent on undocumented immigrants is when we spend money on ICE through the federal government to remove them? So if you don't like your tax dollars being spent on undocumented immigrants, then you should not like the Trump administration doing exactly that.
Tax dollars as a whole.
Oh, now it's tax dollars as a whole. It went from me to everyone. Well, undocumented immigrants,
Yes,
they don't
exactly.
qualify for any they don't qualify for any federal systems of benefit, and they only qualify for some state benefits in blue states. All right, I don't think I can name a single red state that has systems of benefits for undocumented immigrants. So, given you live in a red state, not a single dollar that you pay in tax year by year goes to undocumented immigrants. Yet they pay over $100 billion per year in taxes, including on the federal level, giving the government more revenue to spend on you. Undocumented immigrants help you. Do we get that?
You're saying
undocumented immigrants help you, and you hurt them by supporting their removal. It's not that they hurt you and you help them by allowing your tax dollars to be spent on them. Do we see how like your whole paradigm of reality here has just been completely inverted, a full 180?
No.
I'll make it more clear how it has. You came up here arguing that undocumented immigrants hurt you and you help them. They hurt you by taking your tax dollars and you help them by giving them your tax dollars. However, after the information that I just shared with you to go from point A to point B,
You win that one.
it is a case that you actually hurt them by supporting their removal through ICE, mass deportation, and Trump, yet they help you by paying taxes, which are then used to benefit you. Meanwhile, they receive no benefits based on the taxes that you personally pay.
But do they pay taxes?
Yeah.
They do?
Yes.
Okay.
$100 billion per year, according to the IRS.
Okay. Nice. Okay, anyway. So I work in the electrical industry, and then I don't agree with Biden's EV mandate. It's not as big of an issue as a lot of other stuff, but it's just something that hits me like on a personal level. Because like our power grid infrastructure is not up to par what it's supposed to be. It's getting built. I think electric vehicles are great, but I just don't think the grid is up to standards to handle the electric capacity.
Yeah, I think that states have been super slow at building charging stations for EV too. So I don't think that the EV mandate was
Not just the-
I think that the EV mandate could have been planned better. But I want to be clear, man. Yesterday, Donald Trump said that the media doesn't have a legal right to criticize him. I think that is significantly worse than an EV mandate 10 years out from Biden.
Oh, 100%.
You know what I mean? Like at the end of the day, if this is what it boils down to, you just have all the reason in the world, like obviously and evidently right in front of your face to not support Trump.
Yep. And then, so another thing I'm going to debate you on is I'm super Christian community, small knit community. we don't see a whole lot of it, but preaching pro-trans that Biden did, I'm not going to say he openly went out and preached it, but I just stay off our kids.
Wait, so you think it's like love to like? So you think it's like wrong to love trans people? You think it's wrong to advocate for equality for all? What happened to love thy neighbor? You know, if Jesus was alive today, you'd call him woke and crucify him for a second time, dude. Can't make this shit up.
But so I don't know your view on everything. In the Bible, it says God made man and woman.
Yeah, the Bible also says that genocide's okay.
Does it? Yeah, I haven't read the whole thing.
Yeah, 1 Samuel 15:3. Now, I'm not saying that you like. I want to make this clear. I think that there's a lot of Christians that use the Bible as a symbol of peace and love. Okay, I think that there's a lot of Christians that genuinely do apply their religious beliefs and do so in a good faith manner. In fact, some of like my favorite people are good-hearted liberal Christians. Okay, and Christianity is one of my very like most favorite things ever to study. But I just, it seems like you cherry pick out verses as is, and it's just something Christians do because once again,
and I have to say, like me myself,
genocide's okay. But then when we come down to like some verses, it's like not only do you not cherry pick them out, but you just put such gross misinterpretations onto them. Now, if let's just assume that it was a sin, it was wrong in the eyes of the Bible. Well, you're saying that you want to condemn these individuals so much for their quote-unquote sins that we should elect a 34-count felon rapist as president that's going to destroy the economy to rectify that wrong. But when it comes to Donald Trump and his sins of like, A, not even being Christian, he said he's never repented for the Lord. That's going to be a necessary act in order to have a relationship with God. Or B, violating 8 out of the 10 commandments, cheating on all 3 of his wives, scraping E. Jean Carroll, lying over 30,000 times in his first term. It's like you don't care. In fact, that's going to be your favorite president that you have respect for in your heart. I just think it's a hypocritical double standard for you to suggest such animosity for so many people based upon your interpretation of one verse in the Bible, but then have so much love, respect, and care in your heart for one individual based upon the objective interpretation of so many verses in the Bible, suggesting them to be such a terrible, bad sinner.
So, the church I go to, we just recently, in the past 2 years, I believe, we had a person detransition shown from love and compassion from our church. And granted, that's just one person. And I'm not gonna go out here and say like I'm this great person. That I don't follow the Bible every day, and I am a hypocrite. But
why did you just ignore everything I just said?
You didn't give me a chance, sir.
Okay, go ahead.
That was it, though.
Okay, so I did give you a chance and you ignored everything that I just said.
Yeah, I just said it, sir.
No, like I brought up the fact how like based upon the interpretation of one single verse in the Bible, you condemn so many people. But then when it comes to Trump,
sir.
But then, well, if you don't condemn so many people, then why is that your reason for voting and supporting Trump, right? Because like once again, if you have like animosity in your heart or the condemnation of what you think is a quote unquote sin based upon your interpretation of one verse in the Bible towards, hundreds of thousands of people in America, why don't you hold that same perspective towards Trump? Like he hasn't just violated one verse of the Bible, he's violated many. I mean, he's broken 8 out of the 10 commandments, lied over 30,000 times, cheated on all of his
he has.
Raped E. Jean Carroll, and yet you think that we should make him president. Right, and then even if like you were just
okay, so you said I voted for Trump.
True and devout.
So you said
even if
I did not have a chance to vote this year. I was out of town for work.
Change the word vote with the word support because we're talking about how you support him.
Yes, sir. I support him.
Right.
You said I voted for him, but not that you don't, because you don't know me, but.
Right, and then why don't you also follow like the rest of the Bible through your interpretation to a T? Psalm 32 says to give glory to those that have less than you, and that the way that you treat the most needy among you is the way that you treat, the Father, your God, right? But then you're supporting Trump, who's passing legislation to hurt those that are the most needy among us, most notably taking healthcare away from 10 million people or food stamps away from 3 million people.
Food stamps, another subject. Anyway, from what I've seen, food stamps here in America, it's generational people. There is jobs out there that you can go and get. You have to make an effort.
You have to be working in order to get food stamps. There's a work requirement.
Disabled people are the exception.
Yeah, there is an exception to the work requirement if you can't work. Okay, but then this wouldn't apply to the last argument.
There's a lot of
because they
people
can't
that
work.
claim disability when they don't actually have a disability.
Okay,
there are a lot of people.
Name one disability in the Social Security's handbook that would qualify an individual as not being able to work that you think is not an actual disability.
Honestly, I can't name one off the top of my head.
Okay, well then it just seems like this is like purely
that's just
rhetorical.
what I
Not to
see in my
mention,
community.
oh, you just see this in your community. I don't think that you do, right? And then not to mention here, you're saying that's a lot of people. So how many individuals do you think are fraudulently claiming disability in order to receive food stamps? Can you please give me a study to indicate that a particular percentage of individuals on food stamps are fraudulently claiming disability?
Yeah, I can't come up with those percentages
So then
off
it's
the
just
top
all,
of my
then
head.
it's just all seeming. You're just like thinking that you could dictate reality with your beliefs instead of letting reality dictate your beliefs. And you're saying that you're okay with 3 million low-income Americans losing access to food stamps as a broad sweeping takeaway because he's defunding it by $156 billion because you just think that maybe some of them may not actually need them. Okay, well, so
yes, 100%.
Keep in mind the verse of the Bible that we just went over. The way that you treat the needy among you is the way that you're treating God. And the way that you're treating God right now is to starve God in some circumstances to death with no reason, no rhyme, only your own anti-intellectual seemings of saying maybe God deserves to starve to death, right? Isn't that like so incredibly heretical and anti-Christian and against your worldview?
Give me a second. I'm thinking. I'm not that good at popping off like you are, but
here, while you think, I'm going to go and thank a handful of people. I'm going to give you a second to think about that. I got a couple people to thank. First
go for
and
it.
foremost, Taylor. Thank you so much for the $100 donation on PayPal. Taylor, that is so fucking kind. Taylor, with the $100 donation on PayPal, let's get 1,000 Taylor W's, says, this year my trans sister left us because of the scary future that this country is heading to. It is people like you who give her a voice even when she is gone. Thank you for everything that you do, truly. Taylor, reading your message, I can only conclude that that means one thing. I'm hoping it doesn't mean that one thing, but if it is, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry to you, your family, and to her, and how much the country has failed her, and many individuals just like her. Thank you for the $100. I really appreciate you for being here, and your words carry a lot of weight and mean so much to me. Thank you so much. Wow, okay. As well as Justin, thank you for the $5 over on PayPal. I really appreciate you for the love, Justin. Thank you. And then Laura. Laura, thank you so much for the $90 donation over on PayPal. That's wrapping back around. She says, in appreciation of Kindle, if we remember reading off her donation. Thank you so much for the love, Laura. $90. That is literally like so much fucking money. Like, Jesus Christ. Thank you so much for your kindness. That is insane. Thank you so much. Please show some love to Laura down below in that chat. And continue to show some love to Taylor and Taylor's sister. Thank you so much, Laura. And then another Laura, thank you for the $10 over on PayPal. Thank you so much. Rachel, thank you for the 10. Days, thank you so much for the $20. Show some love to Days. Days didn't leave a message. Only love, seriously. Thank you so much, Days. And then Arian, I think it's Arian, but it's like Arian. If I'm mispronouncing your name, I apologize. I think it's pronounced Arian. Thank you so much for the $15 over on PayPal. Saying, my name is Joey B. I'm in the queue. Let's chat. If I see you, I'll gotta pull you up as long as you're a Trump supporter. Thank you for the love. Thank you so much for the love. I'm gonna call you Joey instead of Arian. As well as Stacy, thank you for the $10. Saying, do you have PayPal back now? Keep fighting the regime. Yes, I do have PayPal back now. But we were banned for forever. That was insane. As well as Amanda, thank you so much for the $50 over on PayPal. Amanda, this is fucking so kind of you. Thank you guys so much for all the love today. As well as I did read your message there. Thank you so much. And I appreciate you so much for your offer as well as in that message. I'm going to keep it to myself. But Amanda, thank you a billion times over. Show some love to Amanda in that chat. as well as Madeline with the $15. I read your message as well. Thank you so much. That is incredibly well worded. Thank you, Madeline. Show some love to Madeline down below. And Mr. Brent, do you have anything else you'd like to share with us before I move on to the next guest?
No, I don't. Thank you for your time, Dean.
Yep, you have a good rest of your day. We're going to move on to the next Trump supporter.
You too, sir.
Going to put a Trump with your age down below in that chat if you'd like to join. Going to put a Trump with your age down below in that chat if you would like to join. Let's go and move on to that next guest right now. We have a couple super chats to thank as well. Michael, thank you for the $20 on super chat, saying, thanks for hammering home the First Amendment issue. Trump says, quote unquote, when 97% of the stories are bad about a person, it's no longer free speech is terrifying. Yes, everyone needs to be talking about that. Literally everyone. As well as Ari, thank you for the 20 Canadian dollars over on Super Chat alongside that message. Show some love to Ari, spelled Areei, and Michael in that chat. And what is going on, new guests? Are you MAGA?
Yes, sir.
Then I want you to take that American flag down from behind you. You don't stand for the values that veterans fought for to fly that flag. You don't at all, man. People have lost their lives to defend this country in defense of the rights that we are offered in this country, offered under the Constitution. And in my patriotic mind, that's what said flag represents. And now today you're supporting a president that has been belligerently infringing on those rights many, many times, including the 1st, 2nd, 14th, and 22nd Amendment in the last 8 months.
Okay, interesting opinion. I respect it.
How old are you?
We all have one. 18.
Okay, good. I thought I should ask. What year were you born in, just to verify?
2007. This month was my birthday.
Okay, all right.
So I'm like freshly 18.
Yeah, I believe you. Go ahead.
All right, so reason why I support Trump still, I actually am a time traveler. I'm not saying I have anything to do with the birth.
Moving on, here we go, guys. Go ahead and put a Trump with your age down below in that comment section if you want to join. As well as, guys, make sure that we're double tapping on that phone screen and sharing out that live. Y'all already know it. And if you want to support me, you can find my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree below. What's up, man? You support Trump?
I want to talk about this, kind of, but it's a mix. It's a mutual mix between both. All right.
Knowing everything that you know now, if you were to go back in time to November, who would you vote for?
That's the thing I wanted to settle on. I think that we've segregated, kind of like, how there's leftists, rightists. I think we shouldn't be spreading apart each other. We have different opinions, but I think that's what really spreads. What I'm trying to say is society. I'm cruel. We're all cruel, and I feel like this. I'm 20 years old.
Okay, so knowing everything that you do now, I want to be able to give you your chance to speak. I recognize that I don't mean to be rude, but we just got to make sure that we're holding to the prompt here. Knowing everything that you do now, if you were teleported back to November, who would you vote for?
I don't know if I would vote for anyone.
Okay, due to that, it just doesn't really sound like you still support Trump. Make sure if you're in that queue, it means that you still do support Trump. Make sure it means that you still are MAGA. Those are the people that we're looking to talk to here. As well as Kaylee Wills. This was 25 minutes ago, but thank you for the $20 on Venmo saying keep doing what you do. Thank you so much, Kaylee. You're an icon. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. As well as Jolie with a 5, Mary with a 10, Abigail with a 5, and Alicia with a 10 saying love you tons, Dean. Love you too, Alicia. Thank you so much for your kindness. What's going on? Do you support Trump? TA?
No, I just have a question.
I'm sorry, I do have to disconnect you because once again, I am kicking everyone that is not following the rules. Have a good rest of your day. And then Mason with a $10 on Venmo. Thank you, man. But Mason says 6767676767. I think that Mason sent me $10 of his mother's money. Hello, Drake. Do you support Trump?
Yeah, buddy.
How old are you, buddy?
22. Little guy. You're a piece of shit. You don't know nothing about anything, buddy.
Yeah, just calm down here real quick. Can you please unplug any microphone that you have plugged into your phone?
What do you mean? Plug my AirPods?
Yeah, take your AirPods out. You sound muffled.
Okay, sorry. Hold on.
There you go. Ooh, the emotional man's gonna get me. Ooh. Dude, embarrassing. Oh, are you driving?
Can you hear me, buddy?
I can. Are you driving though?
Hold on. What'd you say?
Are you driving?
No, I'm in a van. I'm in the back seat of the van. Someone else is driving the van, not me.
Okay.
Dude, you gotta figure shit out.
Why are you so aggro?
I'm not, dude.
It just sounds like you're not having a good day.
I don't know.
Did you eat breakfast?
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't believe you. I don't think you got those oats in. You're in a bad mood.
Okay, well, what's your issue coming up here all the time? I see you on my FYP all the time, just talking about random bullshit that doesn't even fucking make sense. None of the dots even connect. It's like you spread a whole bunch of CNN article headlines all over the place and just expect us to fucking believe bullshit liberal lies.
Can you ask whoever's like driving the van to turn off the radio? It's entirely distracting.
Are you sure you can't hear me?
I can, but it's just the radio is like almost too distracting. Like I want to be able to talk to you in your small mind here, but the radio is too much. Let's see if we could get that fixed. He went on pause here. Actually, I gotta kick him because he said POS. It got him a flag for hate speech. Oh well. Listen, dude, come back later when you're not like an actively moving car with very distracting background noise. I'd love to talk to you about all the bullshit liberal CNN lies. I think that'd be a great conversation. I don't know. As well as Andrea, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo. Thank you so much for the love, Andrea. Then Lindsay and Courtney, I appreciate you both for the 5. Sylvie with the 5, thank you so much. And Caitlin, thank you so much for the $40 over on Venmo. Thank you so much, Caitlin. Caitlin with a $40 says, I get so very frustrated by MAGA that I really don't engage anymore. Call it political exhaustion. Listening to debate has reminded me why expressing our First Amendment right is so important. Thank you for all that you do. Caitlin, some days I am exactly where you're at. Trust me, I get it. But I appreciate you for the $40, Caitlin. It is so incredibly kind of you. Thank you for your support. Welcome in. What is going on, 5-0? Do you support Trump?
Yes, sir.
How old are you?
19.
All right. Take it away. Give us one reason why you support the worst president of your 19 years of life.
Just because I think what he's done really good for the country. But I did want to touch on one thing with you. It's not bad. I'm a Trump supporter. I support Trump to the fullest. This and that. There's not going to be much me and you agree on. But
why would you support him to the fullest? I feel like any even seemingly reasonable person would not support Trump to the fullest. Like, how can you listen to him say that in his mind it is literally illegal to criticize him in the media, and then your response is, "Oh, I support him to the fullest." Like, do you just support bold-faced authoritarianism?
I mean, there's some things that I can agree with you on and critique and stuff like that. I do agree with you on some stuff like that. But the biggest thing that I do really like about you is that when Charlie Kirk was assassinated, you did come out and say something. And I really...
I've said to a handful of guests that have said similar things to me before. I think the silver lining...
We're not going to agree on...
Listen, I think that the silver lining of this, the silver lining that I can find out of the sentiment that you just vocally shared to me on live, is that maybe that means you'll be more willing to hear me out in attempting to convince you that Trump isn't a good president. I don't know.
All right, well, tell me.
Tell
me what you think. I'm open.
How about we start with you telling us why you support him, and I'll critique it. Take it away.
All right. Most of this is like the immigration type deals. There are ways to get into the United States than having to jump a border or do this and do that, So
what?
I'm just saying I really like the ICE program. Just that, I like what he's doing there with it. Kicking people out of the United States.
Can you tell us one way that mass deportation helps the American society?
I really do think it builds the society of the United States, brings people together, because
it literally, and I mean this literally, not metaphorically, it literally rips people apart.
But that's correct, but there are legal ways to get into the United States without having to go through all that. I mean, if you can just do that.
Those legal ways are unattainable because Congress has neglected them for the last 30 years. It could take 12 years to legally immigrate into America, which has incentivized so many individuals to enter into this country with illegal means, right? I think the better solution than removing them all and destroying our economy and just causing a human rights disaster by ripping families apart is to just give the undocumented immigrants in our country without any prior violent or bad criminal offenses a pathway to residency or citizenship.
Okay. I I see where you're coming from with that.
All right, man. Do you have any other arguments here that you want to share with us about why you support Trump?
Not necessarily, to be honest.
Don't worry, Clarky. You have a good rest of your day. Honestly, man, if you want one recommendation from me, I'm going to be honest because I think that honesty can sometimes be helpful. I don't think that you're politically educated at all. And I think that you support Trump because of mob mentality, and it's probably what is socially predominant and popular wherever you live. It'd be very beneficial to you and to the country if you were to start investing some of your time into your own independent research on the facts. Now, we're going to go to get that next guest loaded up in here. We got Maddie connecting to the stream. Go to put a Trump with your age down below. We're going to get you connected. What is up? Are you MAGA?
Hi, Dean. How you doing?
I'm doing great. Are you MAGA? Do you support Trump as president?
I am neither, but I wanted to ask about your stance.
I'm so sorry. I do got to disconnect you since we are just looking to talk to people that do. Go ahead and throw a Trump with your age down below in that comment section if you want to join. Honestly, if there's any MAGA women in here, I'd love to chat with you. We just have so many MAGA men. I would love to throw a MAGA woman into the mix. And while we're looking for that next guest, Rory, thank you for the $10 on Venmo, saying thank you for always being an ally. It's a scary time to be gay. Your support means the world. Dude, it is a scary time to be a member of the LGBTQ plus community. And every single day, the people on the right and the media of the right prove that to me again. I'm so sorry to you and everybody else that is a member of the community that has to endure that shit. And I hope that you're doing all right. Sorry, it glitched there. I froze. I saw that he turned his camera on. I think it was just a, I think that he just showed a, fucking, why am I blanking on what it's called? One of the spinny metal things that cut trees down. God. Jesus Christ, man. Oh my God, that's terrible. Okay, we're gonna move on to the next guest, guys. Holy fuck. Why is it chainsaw? There you go. Why is it so hard for me to find anyone that supports Trump, guys? Only join the queue if you are of age, at least 18, and you want to come up here and have a discussion with me, okay? As well as Joe. Joe, once again, with the $25, says, I'm just so grateful for you using your talents to spread the truth. You're truly an inspiration to keep up the great work. Thank you for your kindness, man. Show some love to Joe in that chat for the $25. Seriously, it means the world, bro. Wow, that is very kind of you. Let's go and get that next guest up in here right now. Where are the Trump supporters? Go ahead and throw a Trump with your rage down below in that chat. As well as Angel with a $10 in Venmo. Thank you. And Mallory with a 5. Thank you guys so much. What's up? Do you support Trump? No, they're not here at all. Guys, I don't know what's going on. Dude, we have over 17,000 people in this stream, and we cannot find a single Trump supporter to come up here and have a debate with us. If you are a Trump supporter, go ahead and put Trump with your age down below in that comment section. I'll invite you up. We can have a discussion. Just looking for some debates, y'all. Just looking for some debates. Should be simple in theory. What's up? Are you MAGA?
Yeah, sir, I am.
Okay. All right. Well, looks like we finally found our debate, right? Now, actually, before we hop into a debate, Jay, dude, thank you so much for the $100 donation over on PayPal. Jay, that is so fucking kind of you. Jay with $100 says, I cannot tell you guys how much respect and love I have for everything that you do and that you are. Jay, you have been one of me and Parker's biggest supporters over the last couple months. All the love to you in the world. Thank you for your kindness and your generosity. While we're hopping into this debate, let's get 1,000 fucking JWs. Take it away.
Hey, man. I just wanted to ask you about Trump's rape claims. I just want to talk about that.
Okay, so are you telling me that you support him because you think the civil court that held him liable for rape was wrong?
Well, they found him civilly liable for slander. He was never criminally indicted for what he did, in quotations, obviously, because I do not believe that Trump has done that or ever will do that.
Do you believe that he was? Do you believe that he was guilty of slander because he was held liable for it?
I do, yes.
So if he was held liable for something by that jury of 9, you believe it?
Well, yeah. I mean, like, here, we'll use a little example here. Do you know what year she was raped? Eugene Carroll?
1996. Let me go ahead and make my point, though, because you just told me that you would believe it if the jury held her liable for it. I'm actually going to go ahead and show you. Allow me to finish. I'm actually going to go ahead and show you the liability sheet from the civil court case. So not only was Donald Trump held liable for slandering E. Jean Carroll, but if you look at point number 2, he was also held liable for sexually abusing E. Jean Carroll. Now, I am going to go ahead and need to explain this verdict form because question 1 asks if he raped her and the jury selected no. The reason why the jury selected no there is because the legal definition of grape was the penetration of the female member with a male member. And the legal definition of grape did not include the penetration of the female member without consent with male fingers. And that's what he did to her, and that's what the jury held him liable for, and that's something that we both consider grape, and that is something that the legislation in New York today considers grape. So the conclusion of me showing you that verdict form would be that because you told me you do indeed believe that he actually slandered her, because the jury determined that he did, all that this means is that you also have to say that you do indeed believe that he actually sexually abused or raped her, because the jury determined that he did. Go ahead and respond.
Sorry, my microphone was muted. One sec, I just got to take a little vape break. Just one sec. Okay, yeah, so anyways, she did, I will just put this out here. She did say on air that rape is sexy. Sorry. She did publicly announce that on live television, so I will just put that out there as well. Sorry. I do also greatly appreciate you for educating me on that, but I do think
so. No response, just misinformation. So you're actually
misinformation. See, this isn't misinformation.
How much do you want to bet? How much do you want to bet? How much money are you willing to put behind the claim that she said that she thinks grape is sexy?
Okay, I'm not one of your little fanboys. I'm just going to put that out there. I'm not sending you money. I'm not a little fucking twerp, okay?
First and foremost, okay? Don't call the people that donate to me twerp. Sounds like somebody's jealous. And second of all, why would you be saying here that you would be sending me money? Because keep in mind, it was a bet.
Shut up. I can't hear him, dumbass. Fuck. Sorry.
Knowing that your friend is probably a Trump supporter too, I endorse that message. Now, I'm going to go ahead and finish. First and foremost, if you'd allow me to finish here, first and foremost, don't call the people that donate to me twerps. It's incredibly disrespectful to those that support.
Sorry, everybody.
And then second of all here, you told me that you would be sending me money, meaning that you know that you are wrong, meaning that you know it is misinformation to suggest
I'd send you money. My girlfriend
is sexy.
Okay, my girlfriend really supports you like way too much.
I love you, Dean.
See, yeah, listen to that.
She's awesome.
She's nice. She sent you money too, so I don't know.
Shout out to her.
I'm pretty sure it was my money too. I'm pretty sure it was my money too. But yeah, I don't. Yeah, nice. Get the fuck. Yeah, so
you be nice to her. You show her some respect.
He beats me. I do support MAGA entirely, and I do think also that what Trump is doing with illegal immigrants coming into the country, I do not think that is right. And whether they were born in there or not, I feel like you shouldn't be allowed to.
Can we finish that first conversation? Because it doesn't really sound like you were tracking it all and you just very quickly want to run away and move on. Because keep in mind,
that's how my mind
if you'd allow me to finish, right? Okay. You've made 2 points so far and you haven't been able to respond on either of them. Now, before I do repeat them, I want to thank Bird for the $5 on PayPal, saying because we're twerps, F this guess. Let's go. I appreciate you for the love, Bird. So the first point that you made is that you don't believe that he's a rapist. But then you went on to say that you do indeed believe that he's guilty of slander because a jury determined that he was guilty of slander. So after I showed you the jury verdict form and explained how, yes, they did indicate that and determine that Donald Trump had raped E. Jean Carroll, do you now believe that Donald Trump is indeed a rapist?
I do not think that he's a rapist, and I will. Oh, sorry.
So then why do you believe the jury when they conclude that he's guilty of slander, but you don't believe that same jury when they conclude that he's guilty of grape? What?
Hey man, it's just, I don't know.
What did he say?
Sorry, it's hard to track you and these two.
Oh, don't worry, I'll repeat myself. Why do you believe that jury of 9 when they unanimously determine that he's guilty of slander, but you do not believe that same jury of 9 when they also unanimously conclude that he's guilty of grape?
Okay, yeah.
Wait, bro, just real quick. Just to all your friggin' fans that are out there going on his girlfriend's TikTok page and saying shit to them, saying run and shit, that's not like, you're like showing what the liberals are like. This is what shows what liberals are like and what their mindset is to people who do not support their beliefs.
Why I just think that's the I think
this
that's
is why that liberals are like
I'm going to cut you off. I think that's the volatile nature of the internet. However, I do condemn it. I would appreciate if nobody would go on their page and comment on it. I think that is wrong, and that's something I'll continue to re-suggest, that we shouldn't be doing that. And if you do that, I will block you from my stream. Please don't comment on the profile of any guest on my stream. However, I would like to re-suggest once again that this isn't an issue with the left. This is just the nature of a volatile internet. I mean, I've had my life threatened. An old house I used to live in got swatted. I've had a BB gun shot at me and my girlfriend in public, and I get around 100 death threats per day from people on the right. So don't act like this is an issue of the left. But now back to the boyfriend. I would like you to please respond to what I said. You did indeed suggest to me and everyone else watching that you think that Donald Trump is guilty of slander because unanimous jury of 9 determined that. But when that same unanimous jury of 9 determined that he's guilty of rape, you don't think it.
That is what he was, live restricted for some audiences.
Yeah, that'd get you. I think it's because you said VAPE. If you have another account, feel free to re-request on it. But yeah, you got that flag, unfortunately. I really wish that TikTok would stop their crackdown, because I would have loved to hear his response to that claim. I would have loved to hear his response. Days, thank you for the $5 on PayPal, saying, damn, I guess we're twerps now. Yeah, unfortunately. As well as Emily with the $20 on Super Chat, saying, just fulfilling my twerp duties. Yo, let's go, Emily. Thank you for being a twerp. Appreciate you for the 20 bucks. Okay, Jeremy. Goodbye. Moving on to the next guest. Thank you once again for the $20, Emily. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now, folks. Let's go to get that next Trump supporter loaded up. If you are in that queue, make sure it means you are MAGA. We're going to move on to Karma. Okay. Also, let's see here. Deirdre, thank you so much for the $20 over on PayPal, saying hello from a Canadian liberal. Thank you for educating in your country. Thank you. I appreciate that, Deirdre. That's very kind of you. As well as Victoria with the 10. Thank you so much, Victoria. And Gabby. Thank you so much for the $30 on PayPal, saying, hey, Dean, I'm Gabby. Big love from the UK. Fuck yeah, big love to the UK. Thank you for being here, Gabby. And thank you for the $30. You are fantastic. Welcome in, Karma. Are you MAGA?
Yes.
Oh, Karma, you should not be MAGA at all. Why do you support Trump?
Well, because he's done a very good job of making sure America... I'm not even American is the funny part. I'm Canadian, but I do think Canada should be the 51st state.
I have a very, strong rule that I uphold here on the live. I only talk to people that are American, right? I'm going to make a special exception for you, Karma.
Okay, thank you. I didn't know that was a thing, that you only talk to people that were American. I'm sorry.
Lucifer, thank you for the galaxy. So you just told us that Canada should be the 51st state of America. How did Canada vote in their last election?
They voted liberal, but that's not my business because I didn't. I think that we should have voted
if Canada if Canada became the 51st state, and Canada overwhelmingly votes liberal, and Canada has 44 million residents, meaning they'd have a shit ton of electoral power, you'd just be saying that the liberals should and will win every election in America from that point forward.
But here's the thing with that: there's more people in the state of California than there is in the entire country of Canada.
And the state of California has how many electoral votes?
Yeah, but the state of California is also liberal.
Actually, no, the population of California is slightly lower than Canada.
No, it's not. I can look that. Yes. I can.
So the Canadian population as of 2024 was 41.29 million, and the population of California as of 2024 was 39.43 million. So it's slightly lower, relatively the same. And how many electoral votes does California have? They have, let's see here, I think it's 40 something. What is it? Does anybody know in the chat? It's just not just popping up.
I was gonna look it up because the last time I looked it up, it did
54.
say like this was last year. I mean, it was, mind you, it was last year. I looked it up, and of course, there's a lot of immigrants in Canada, which is unfortunate.
We're not here to talk about Canada. Well, I guess you're from Canada, but we're here to talk about Trump. So it looks like California has 54 electoral votes, and they have around the same population as Canada. So we'd assume here that if Canada was a state of America, they'd also have around 54 electoral votes. They vote overwhelmingly liberal, and after a forceful annexation, they would even vote more liberal. So you'd just be ensuring that the liberals would basically win every election from this point forward in America, because California,
There's
California,
like 300. Sorry.
California and Canada would overwhelmingly vote liberal. So I mean that's a bit self-defeating. But why do you think Trump is a good president for this country?
Well, I just want to counter that point real quick because there are 300 million people in the United States, and they collectively at the last election overwhelmingly voted Republican.
Okay, yeah, but I mean, I don't think the difference is larger than 54 electoral votes.
I mean, I would argue that there's also. All right, I will let you have that one.
Actually, no, it was bigger than 54. It was bigger than 54, but it looks like, I don't know. It looks like it was bigger than 54. So Trump still would have won. I guess I'll drop that point. Whatever. So why do you think Trump is a good president for America?
Well, he's definitely made it so everything's more affordable in the States.
No, he hasn't. Inflation has increased since his term started. The price of every single good in the grocery store has gotten more expensive.
I mean, he's even like I don't understand because there's numbers arguing that all the time.
Could you please give me any numbers to indicate that things aren't more expensive?
I mean, I will give you that too, but for sure, let's say I'm not the best knowledge at it because I am Canadian, but from what everybody that I know,
if you want to drop out,
that's American that I talk.
If you want to drop out because you're literally Canadian, I'm not gonna hate on you. The only reason I didn't automatically kick you is once again because you suggested that America should forcefully annex Canada as a Canadian. I thought that was wild.
Well, a lot of Canadians think that because a lot of Canadians are just not having what's going on in Canada right now with the liberals.
So you'd prefer a wannabe dictator that doesn't care about the rules and or the Constitution and is now saying it's illegal to criticize the media?
But if he was a dictator, you wouldn't even be allowed to. But if he was a dictator, you wouldn't even be allowed to be doing what you're doing right now.
Actually, as of yesterday, he said what I am doing right now is illegal. Wow!
So you just
aired it out. You just aired yourself out. Let's go ahead and listen to this clip of Trump saying that overwhelmingly reporting on him negatively is illegal. Trump saying it's illegal to negatively report on him. We're gonna go and listen to this together. I cannot believe what you just said. Let's go ahead and roll the clip. Listen to this. Imagine. Keep in mind. One second. Your claim was that if he was a dictator, then I wouldn't be allowed to be doing what I'm doing right now. Listen to this clip, and then we'll reflect on it.
Mugging. They go to the restaurant and then they're held up. They'll take a great story and they'll make it bad. See, I think that's really illegal, personally. You can't have a free airwaves. You're getting free airwaves from the United States government, and you can't have that and say, and somebody that just won an election, and I had to go through this during the election. I think it's a miracle that I can win when 97% of the stories on the networks are bad.
Yeah, so we just said it there. You can't take a great story about him and his administration and turn it bad. That is illegal, in my opinion. So guess what? I am a creator on TikTok, on YouTube, on Instagram, on the internet that is always talking about how bad Trump is, okay? He'll say something is a great story, like the great big beautiful bill. And then I'll say it's fucking terrible because it reduces the purchasing power of half of Americans and takes healthcare away from 10 million of them. According to what Donald Trump just said, what I am doing is illegal. So your statement, and I quote, was, if he was a dictator, then you wouldn't be able to be doing what you're doing right now. Guess what? He said what I'm doing right now by criticizing him is indeed illegal. So even in accordance with your own view, Trump wants to be a dictator.
Okay, but my counter to that is, how are you able to do this right now? Like, if it's illegal, then why aren't they shutting you down? Why aren't they banning you?
Because it's not illegal and Trump is wrong. But once again, this just reaffirms that he wants to be a dictator, as he doesn't care what the Constitution says about free speech. He wants to set the rules.
It's not illegal. He does, but he can't.
I don't understand. You're the second guest to do this today. This is bad for you and good for me. Because once again, yes, you're right. It is obviously the case that it is not illegal to freely speak and criticize the government in America. And because of that, the fact that Donald Trump says it is even more telling on how he wants to be an all-powerful leader and rewrite the rules. You know, like if we lived in a country where that was illegal and Donald Trump was just simply repeating that fact, observing reality and saying it's illegal when it actually is, that wouldn't be, you know, as bad as him saying, oh, in my opinion, it's illegal, indicating that he wants to completely rewrite the rules and throw the Constitution out of the window.
No,
only
it's my dog.
reaffirming like 10 times further that yes, indeed, he wants to be a dictator.
Sorry, I just wanted, there's people in the comments. I thought I muted. I don't know how, but I did mute. But people, my dog's growling, so I'm sorry.
So do you see my point there?
I do see your point, and I'm trying to get my dog to stop trying to play with my hand. My apologies. Thank you. I might have to drop down if he doesn't stop growling. I'm sorry. All right. Thank you very much. I am so sorry. I appreciate you letting me up.
Is the dog a... Oh, fuck. She left. I was going to ask her if the dog was a boy or a girl. And if she was like, boy, I was going to be like, good boy. W dog. Yo, that dog fucking hates Trump. Gonna go ahead. Move on to the next guest. Hop that queue if you support Trump. We're only looking to talk to Trump supporters, by the way. So go ahead and put a Trump with your age down below in that comment section if you want to come up here and have a conversation with me about why you support who's, in my mind, the worst president in modern American history. Who is next? Let's go and get that next guest, Lucy, loaded up into the stream. In the meantime, Morgan, thank you for the $25 over on PayPal saying, love being a twerp. Thank you. Thank you so much for being a twerp, Morgan. Thank you for the $25. Let's spam some W Morgans down below, as well as Days for another $25 donation on PayPal. Thank you for all the love today, Days. Once again, Days didn't leave a message, only love. Thank you so much. Shout out to you down below in that comment section. We got Lucy up here. We were going to debate. Oh, and they're back. Hey, what's up, Lucy? Do you support Trump?
Hello, how are you? You're day.
Are you British?
No.
Nah, what time is it?
I do support Trump. What time is it? Wait, no. Let me say one thing on.
Nah, get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. We're going to go to move on to the next guest. No, I'm not British. No. What would ever make you think that I'm British? What would ever... I can even do a British accent. Okay. We're going to move on to the next guest. We got Janny McGuinn loading up into the queue. Here we go. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I support Trump.
Obvious troll. Hop out. Moving on. Here we go. Going to put a Trump with your age down below. We'll get you pulled up. Who's next? Who is it? Who's it going to be? Who's it going to be? Quite frankly, who's next? Who's next? Okay, all right, we're going to move on to the next guest right now. We got Matthew loading up into the queue as well. Hey, Mary, thank you for the $20 donation over on Venmo 20 minutes ago. What's up? How old are you?
I'm 15, but
I kick you. Mary with the $20 says you're cooking again today, Dean, with such class. Love watching you slay. Thank you, Mary. No, man, listen, I've been enjoying these conversations as of late. I think that I've been controlling my emotions a little bit better, you know, not freaking out. It's been fun. I appreciate you for the $20. Show some love to Mary down below, as well as, oh my fucking God, Haley. Thank you so much for the $100 donation over on Venmo. Haley, that is so incredibly kind. That is unreal. Thank you so much. Haley with a $100 donation says that you are wise beyond your years. Keep on doing what you're doing, and please stay safe out there. Haley, that is so kind of you. Thank you so much for your kind words, and thank you for the $100 donation. If everyone watching could please show some love to Haley down below, it would mean the world to me. As well as Kyra, thank you for the 10, and Lily with a 4. Welcome in the sad dad. Do you support Trump as president?
I do.
Take it away. Tell us why.
Okay. Is there any way you could play that clip again of him saying that it's illegal to
And assuming
talk
they
bad
escape
about
the
it.
mugging, they go to the restaurant and then they're held up. They'll take a great story and they'll make it bad. See, I think that's really illegal, personally. You can't have a free airwaves. You're getting free airwaves from the United States government, and you can't have that and say, and somebody that just won an election, and I had to go through this during the election. I think it's a miracle that I can win when 97% of the stories on the networks are bad.
Okay. So what I think he's referring to there, I think maybe he means a bit of slander. I don't think he actually means it's illegal to report on. He knows.
This is Democracy Watch, Mark, with the cancellation for...
Sorry, it auto-played. Go ahead.
No, you're okay. I think that when people release stories about him when he's doing a good thing, he feels like it's slander. I mean, anybody would in that regard. I mean, if you don't think you're doing anything wrong and you think you're helping the people, like, I mean, and I'm saying, you know, the things that he did when he was younger with this rape this grape and whatever.
Did Jimmy Kimmel slander him?
No, Jimmy Kimmel said something about Charlie Kirk, I believe.
What did he say?
I think it was something along the lines of, I'm not really sure. Do you have the clip?
Yeah, I do. So he said that the shooter of Charlie Kirk might have possibly been MAGA, and that's what got him pulled. Do you not see that as a complete breach of freedom of speech and discourse in this country?
Is there any way you can play the clip that got him canceled?
You're making me do all the work. Let me see if I can find it.
I'm sorry, man. I wish I had the stuff in front of me. I just want to hear it for myself.
Over the weekend, with the MAGA gang desperately trying to characterize this kid who murdered Charlie Kirk as anything other than one of them, and doing everything they can to score political points from it. In between the finger pointing, there was grieving. On Friday, the White House flew the flags at half staff, which got some criticism. But on a human level, you can see how hard the president is taking this.
There you go.
Okay. I mean, I do believe that, you know, that I mean, I guess that was a strike against Trump, not really against Kirk, wasn't it?
Yeah.
But do you think Trump was the one that pulled the strings to get him canceled? Or do you think that was somebody maybe behind the
no, he
scenes?
was. The Trump administration and their FCC's chairman, Brendan Carr, threatened to pull the licenses of ABC and Disney if they didn't if they didn't cancel him and throw him off, and then Trump celebrated it on air.
Yeah, that is kind of wild. Okay, you got me there with that one. That is a dictatorship. That is a trait of a dictator. But I mean, you got to think about how much these people put on this guy, bro. I mean, I think he's trying to do a good job, and I don't agree with the families getting separated. But again, like Charlie Kirk said, with the guns, you know, there's going to be a small percentage of gun violence.
You are such a sad, sick, racist individual. You are such a deplorable individual.
Group of black kids walking towards me, I'm across the street, bro. I know there's a high chance that somebody's gonna start shit with me. There's a group of white kids walking towards me coming down the street. I don't mind. I know that there's probably...
Is that really where we're at? Are you really at the point of demonizing black children? How are you so far gone to the extent of looking at kids, children, and saying if their skin is black, then they are evil? That is so deplorable. That is so deplorable. Get the fuck off my live. We're going to move on to the next guest. For those pointed it out in the chat, I appreciate you, because that genuinely is like insane. Yeah, Ducky with his $10 super chat saying, Dean, look at this guy's third post. It's horrible. Go look. I did look. Yeah, that guy's insane. That's so horrible. Oh my god. That is genuinely like so horrible. We're gonna go to move on to the next guest. Hop in at Key of You support Trump. Give us a minute, y'all, while we try to get that next Trump supporter up here. We got that next guest loading in right now. If you are in that queue, make sure it means that you are an American adult that supports Trump. Make sure it means that you are an American adult that supports Trump. I actually see a lot of liberals in the queue. There's been a handful of people that have been spamming like FDT in the chat that I now see in the queue. So just go ahead and put Trump with your age down below in that queue if you do want to come up and join. As well as Matthew with the $10 on Super Chat saying, I'm fairly independent when it comes to politics, but I've been loving these debates recently, Dean. Keep up the good work. Matthew, if you keep enjoying them, you won't be independent for too much longer. Appreciate you for the $10, and I hope you keep watching. We're going to move on to the next guest right now. Go ahead and let us know if you are MAGA down below in that chat. We got that next guest loading up right now. As well as, if you want to support me, support the stream, support what we do here, you could find my Venmo and PayPal in the link tree in the bio on TikTok. I get 100% of those proceeds. They go straight to me, and you get a notification at the top of this phone where I could read off your name and any and all attached messages. What is up? Are you MAGA?
Yes.
And what year were you born in?
2007.
And how old are you?
18.
What month of 2007 were you born in?
June. A couple months ago was my birthday.
Do you promise you're telling the truth?
I swear to God, I will pull out my ID, Dean. I swear.
So you have a driver's license?
I do.
Okay, when you're driving down the road and there's a dotted yellow line on one side and a solid yellow line on the other side, and you're driving on this side with the dotted yellow line, what does that mean for you?
That means you can pass somebody in front of you.
Okay. I will choose to believe you.
Okay.
Before we hop into the debate, let me quickly thank Claudia. Thank you so much for the $100 donation over on Venmo 8 minutes ago. Claudia, that is fucking insane. You guys have been showing so much love today. Claudia, thank you so much. Claudia with 100 big ones says, today has been absolute shit and your live is making my day so much better. I appreciate it so much. Claudia, I'm so happy that this stream can help you out. That dude, thank you. Thank you for sharing that with me. And thank you for the $100 donation. If everyone watching can please show some love to Claudia down below in that chat. It mean the world to me. As well as Bailey, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo, saying I deeply respect what you do. Thank you, Bailey. I hope that you're enjoying the streams. As well as Clarissa with a $10 on PayPal, Evie with a 5, Caden with a 7, and Stephanie with a 3. Thank you guys so much. Go ahead and take it away, Bailey. Why do you support Trump? Bailey?
So I'm kind of like back and forth with it. Like, I support some things he does, and I support some things on the other side. It's more of like, I don't really know. It's more of I need to be educated more on the whole situation.
Okay, yeah. If you're just looking for more education on like American politics and whatnot, Ellie, I appreciate you for the galaxy. I do think like a better place for you to be would be like watching the stream and consuming the content. But now, of course, if you want to tell me like any of like the reasons why you support Trump, I'll happily go over those with you on stream.
Mainly just because I've heard like, and this was like when I wasn't able to vote, so I can't really say for sure that I would have voted for him, but I've just heard a lot of his policies and a lot of the things he's done. But I do like Obama and Kamala. I agree with some of the things they've done as well. It's just I'm kind of in the middle. So I will drop just so I can listen to you. Thank you for letting me have the opportunity to be up here. Thank you so much.
Yeah, you have a good one, Bailey. We're going to move on to the next guest. Hop in that queue if you support Trump. All right, who's next? We got Joe Bart Clips loading up. They better not be a Trump supporter because Joe is not a Trump supporter either. Hey, Sam, thank you for the $5 on Venmo, saying thank you for educating people every day. Please come to ECU and debate people. I might start going to college campuses again. I don't know, man. I'm a little bit scared of that right now. As well as Derek, thank you for the $25 donation on Venmo. Thank you so much, man. Thank you, Derek. Derek says, hey, man, thank you for consistently working to change people's minds. Thank you, Derek. I love what I do, man. I love it so much. It is very rewarding. Thank you so much. As well as Brianna, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. And Bailey, for the $10 on Venmo. Thank you, guys. What's going on, Joe Bart Clips? Are you MAGA? Nope, and he's gone, guys. So we have, let's see, 18,000 people in this stream. Why is there not one person that genuinely supports the president that wants to come up here and debate me on why? By the way, y'all, we're actually going to have Mr. Parker coming in here in around 10 seconds to cover me while I use the restroom. I don't know what's going on as of recently. I've been having a very small bladder. Okay, folks. It's been bad. It's been bad. Welcome in, Isabel. Do you support Trump?
I don't really, but I have family. I do.
I'm sorry, I got to disconnect you. Then I hope you have a good rest of your day. If you have family that does, you should direct them to the stream low key. Moving on to the next guest right now. Let's see if we can get them up here. And like I said, Parker should be in here shortly, folks. Parker should be in here shortly. He'll be covering us while I use the restroom. So when Parker comes in here, show him some love. Great guy, good debater as well. Okay. Who is next? Let's go to get Rose loaded into the stream. Here we go, folks. All right, it doesn't look like Rose is loaded in. Goodbye, Rose. Goodbye. Moving on to the next guest. Going to put a Trump with your age down below if you want to come up. We see Stella is spamming Trump 18 in the chat, but then her bio says 17. Come on, don't lie about that age. Okay. All right, who is next? Who is next? It looks like everyone spamming Trump in the chat is like 18. Come on, guys. Where are the Trump supporters at? Where are they at? Yo, Philip Hoover, you're spamming that you support Trump. If you turn your account off private, we could get you up here. Exotics, appreciate you for the galaxy. That's very kind of you. Let's go to move on to the next guest right now, y'all. We got Elliot loading up into the queue. What's up, Elliot? Do you support Trump? You were just spamming MAGA in the chat, and you're not here. He got some stage fright. Also, yeah, Parker, I'll help you. I'll help you. I'll help you, Parker. You know what you know what I'm talking about. What's going on, Isaac and Band Lab Mixer? Are you guys MAGA?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, you both are MAGA?
Yeah.
Okay, and how old are y'all?
20.
You're 20 years old?
Yeah.
And how old's the other person?
50.
50? Okay, which one is a 50-year-old?
Isaac.
Okay. Band Lab Mixer, hop back in that queue. We're going to have you up. I only meant to bring Isaac up. My bad, man. Parker, what's going on, man?
What's up?
I really appreciate you for being willing to cover me. So for everyone watching, I am going to be back in 45 seconds. I just have to go use the restroom. So my friend Parker down here, who also does debates every single day for like 6 hours, they're going to go ahead and talk to Isaac while I'm away. So show some love to Parker. I will BRB. See you guys shortly.
Yo, what's up, Isaac? So why do you support Trump?
I mean, he just makes more sense than anything that's been offered on the other side.
And why so?
I mean, look at Kamala. I mean, I assume you watched the debate. I mean, she can't even form a sentence. She just laughs at herself.
What are you talking about? She dog walked Trump in that debate. Did we watch the same debate? Did you even see what happened? Did you watch that same debate? You cannot come out of that debate saying that she couldn't form a sentence and that Donald Trump was looking better. Are you kidding me? Donald Trump was incoherent. Donald Trump said that people who were immigrating to the country were eating people's pets, their cats and dogs, which there was obviously no evidence to indicate that.
Touche, I'll give you that. However, Kamala cannot even form a complete sentence. It was horrible.
Yeah, she did. She absolutely dog walked him. I think she did incredible at that debate.
So the fact that you're saying she dog walked him clearly shows that you are not even being remotely serious right now.
No, I'm actually being serious. I'm being totally serious. Like, I actually don't even know how you could argue that Donald Trump did better in that debate. Like, I'm serious. Can you name one point in the debate that like Kamala Harris did bad on, right, where she didn't say something that made sense or something? Like, because I can show you multiple examples of Donald Trump saying things that made no sense at the debates.
I agree with the whole eating animals thing, 1000%. However, the entirety of the rest of the debate was hilarious. She was horrible. She knows nothing. She doesn't know.
I'm waiting. Can you tell me what she said that didn't make sense?
I mean, you're asking me to remember like what she said during the debate the year. I don't.
This guy's arguing that Kamala Harris didn't make any sense at the debates against Trump, and that she did bad in the debates against Trump, which is obviously
did so bad in the debates against Trump. How come Trump left the stage saying that she was in cahoots with the ABC moderators and that she had an earpiece in having other people give her answers to their questions?
Oh.
Well, I'm very glad you brought that up. Did you happen to see the edited interviews of her?
Wait,
I'm sorry. Why are you
that just happened to love liberals? Did you see the edited, and then did you see the unedited version?
I'm sorry. Did you know that every single one of the 60 minutes are edited? Every single one, even Trump's in 2020. Why did Trump's in 2020 need to be edited? Why didn't they release the unedited version?
I don't think those were edited, to be honest with you.
They were. It was actually edited. Every single 60 minutes is edited.
I don't think so.
What do you mean you don't think so?
I'm just saying. I
They
don't
edit
think
them
so.
for like clarity. Like they'll edit out. What they'll do is they'll like edit out stutters. They'll edit out ums, ands, buts. They'll just kind of edit out like the rough edges to make it.
They edited out her entire sentences.
This is things that
they edited out her
Trump to
responses.
2020. But this is also, like I said previously, a huge pivot and deflection away, because keep in mind, you were trying to argue that Donald Trump had really beat her bad in their debate. And then I asked you a question and you couldn't answer it. Shall I ask it again?
I don't like remember everything that was said, but I remember the debate overall, and I know that he literally wiped the floor with her.
If he wiped the floor with her once again, then why leaving that debate did he accuse her of working in cahoots with the moderators, getting the questions beforehand, while also having an earpiece in, having other individuals on computers feeding her the answers?
Because the questions were clearly directed to be helpful towards her and unhelpful towards him.
Can you give me an example of one of those questions?
I can't. It was a long time ago. I can't.
Okay, so then how do you remember that Donald Trump did good if you can't mention anything that he did that was good, anything that Kamala Harris did that was bad in the debate?
Because I remember the debate overall. I don't remember the specific questions asked, but I do remember the debate overall.
I don't know, man. I say let's just abstract things a little bit further. Talking about a comparison of Kamala Harris and Donald Trump, you're saying that he just wipes the floor with her. She's terrible, and he's like Jesus 2.0. Kamala Harris, she never said that it was illegal to criticize her in the media. Kamala Harris never committed 34 felonies. She never raped a woman. She was never best buddies with Jeffrey Epstein and sending him letters with a depiction of a naked woman in the statement, "May every new day be another wonderful secret." She's not the one that ran on and implemented policy that reduced the purchasing power of half of Americans and took health care away from 10 million low-income Americans. She isn't the one that said that we need to be Putin's puppet, defund Ukraine, embolden Russia, then refund Ukraine after we realized that was a losing plan. She was the one that didn't want to drop bombs on Iran, while then turning around and saying that Israel's our number one ally and we're best brothers in Christ, and then give them another $100 billion to continue what they were doing. Of course, she was still pro-Israel, just to a lower extent. I mean, she wasn't the one that directed the Supreme Court to overturn Roe v. Wade, to send, abortion laws back down to the state level, which then led to 60 pregnant great victims per day being denied access to health care in 10 of our states.
Wow, that's funny.
And we could go on and on and on. She's not the one that has been illegally deporting undocumented immigrants to Sikot in El Salvador, where they're losing 30 pounds in 3 weeks and being tortured and beat per the UN's writings. She's not the one that's propping up places like Alligator Alcatraz in 8 days, costing the taxpayer $200 million and having to shut them down less than 3 months later because they built them illegally. She wasn't the one that's violated, like 5 amendments in the last 8 months. Donald Trump has violated the First Amendment, the Second Amendment, the 14th Amendment, and called for termination of the 22nd Amendment after calling for the termination of the Constitution as a whole in December of 2022. You keep on giving us this juxtaposition of how good he is and how bad she was. Meanwhile, she was just the one that wanted to help you, help the average American, help low-income Americans, and actually make our country better, dude. It's unreal. It is.
Is that why California's on fire? Is that why California's been for years? Because Kamala and the Biden administration have done so many amazing things that homeless people are shitting on the sidewalks. People are afraid to walk around.
I'm sorry. Hold up. Pause.
The most democratic.
I'm sorry. Was he arguing the Democrats are causing the fires? Hello?
Is fully, completely fucking shit on by homeless people and their administration.
Oh, yeah. Kamala Harris just had
what you're going with.
Wait, so Kamala Harris.
Okay,
so point number one, Kamala Harris just had so much say over what happened in California on a policy
level. He was in California. Those are her people.
Oh, really? So I have a question. I have a question. What could she have done? What could she have done as the DA of San Francisco or the AG of the state?
What could she do as vice president?
Oh, I don't know. Pass things like the PACT Act to invest $800 million.
Nothing.
Okay, really? Well, what she did, she worked alongside the Biden-Harris administration.
She laughed her way. She laughed her way through the fucking White House.
Yeah, okay,
I'm gonna ask her way through the White House.
I'm going to ask you to calm down. Calm down, sir. You're saying that she did nothing as vice president.
Bro, you are the one that talks a million miles a minute.
I'm not talking fast.
You talk a million miles a minute.
I'm not talking fast. You're listening slow.
You feel that everything you say is fact when it's not. You just go blah, 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 and everything you say is fact, and we're all supposed to believe every freaking word that comes out of your mouth. You're kissing the liberal ass. You're kissing Kamala, and it's pathetic and it's embarrassing. You would never accept my point, just like I would never accept your point.
Hey, Mr. Sheeple, could I have you calm down for 3 seconds? I'm going to go and think a handful of people.
I'm calm, brother. I'm calm.
Hey, one second.
I want to be like you. I want to talk really fast. I want to get
real quick. Bella Thank you so much for the $50 donation over on Super Chat. Thank you, Bella. I want to see 500 Bella W's down below. Bella says, I usually watch your videos after the live. Just wanted to stop in, donate, and say that you're incredible. Despite the scary things happening today, I really look up to you, and you're making a better, more educated world for my kids. Dude, thank you for the love, Bella. Thank you for your positivity. Right now, I need some of that, so thank you so much. As well as Othie, thank you for the $20 over on PayPal. 7 minutes ago saying, listening to you to stay calm as I gather paperwork to get my kids' passports because I'm so scared. Well, dude, it's a really good thing to get your kids' passports. You know, scared or not, it's worth it. And I'm sorry if you're no longer calm after listening to this guy. As well as Jennifer, thank you for the $10 on PayPal. Magdalene with a 5, thank you so much. Renee with a 3 on Venmo. Chelsea with a 10. Sam with a 5. Thank you guys so much for the love. Then Cheyenne with a 10 saying your face when you know you've won is everything. I appreciate you for that love. As well as Marcy and Jeanette with a 5. Thank you guys so much for your kindness. Now back to you, Mr. Very aggressive and triggered sheep. You told us that she did nothing as vice president.
Wow. Name calling. That's really appropriate.
It's an observation.
Okay,
of
Jimmy
reality.
Kimmel. All right, Jimmy. Thank you for that.
You want me to be canceled too? Silence because I dissent your president?
I mean, you know, if you're an employer and your employee says something sideways that doesn't follow your policies, then you shit can them.
Actually, ABC said that he didn't cross any line that they'd cancel him for, just reaffirming that it was Brendan Carr and Trump's FCC that got him pulled.
Brandon Carr is the FCC. Trump has no power to fire Jimmy Kimmel. Jimmy did that all by
Who elected
himself.
Brendan Carr?
That's not relevant.
Oh, I think it is relevant because his name is
Yes,
Donald
it is.
Trump.
It's not relevant.
Wasn't
That's an
Brendan Carr a
assumption.
part of Project 2025 as well?
You guys like to make assumptions without fact. That's an assumption.
No.
What do you mean?
literally-
That's not an assumption. That's
Brendan Carr
something he was
wrote
a
the
part of.
FCC section of Project 2025 through the Heritage Foundation.
But Trump did not get Jimmy canceled. That's an assumption.
So then why was Donald Trump celebrating?
His administration did.
Yeah,
Because Jimmy's a complete fucking idiot who has no ratings.
Do you agree with us that the Trump administration did?
As a business, they do.
Do you agree with the Trump administration is what led to Jimmy Kimmel not being able to run his show anymore?
Absolutely not.
How do you feel about?
Okay, well then why do you believe that? Because we indicated that was true.
If that was the case, The View would have been fucking shit canned months ago. That is
Actually,
not
he
the
said that
case.
right now he's trying to shit can the View. He said that.
He has wanted The View shit canned forever, but they haven't
Oh,
done
so now
it.
you
They have
agree that
to
he wants these organizations to be pulled off
Yes,
air because
of course
they
he
speak
wants them
negatively about
canned.
him.
He wants controlled
He
media.
doesn't have the power to can them.
So he wants controlled media?
Oh, exactly. Whoa, he just conceded that. He just said the quiet part out loud. Literally, you're saying that the only reason he's not taking away literally Democrats' ability to speak is because he didn't have the ability to do it. The checks and balances. So you're actively admitting that his intention is to literally silence the entirety of his opposition.
You're putting words in my mouth. That's not what I said.
Can you clarify then?
I can. He does not have the power to cancel them. Would he love them canceled? Sure, he would love them.
How do you feel about the fact that he said?
He thinks it's hilarious.
How do you feel about the fact
Jimmy
that he
Kimmel
said? I
got
have a question.
suspended without him doing anything? Kimmel did it all by himself.
How do you
That's
feel?
what's so funny.
How do you feel about the fact that Donald Trump said it's illegal to criticize him?
I have never heard Donald Trump say
They'll take a great story and they'll make it bad. See, I think that's really illegal, personally. You can't have a free airwaves. You're getting free airwaves from the United States government, and you can't have that and say, and somebody that just won an election, and I had to go through this during the election. I think it's a miracle that I can win when 97% of the stories on the networks are bad.
Everything he said was fact.
Okay, so you think it's a fact?
99% of what he does is bad.
Okay, so check this out. So you just said that it is a fact that it is illegal to quote unquote take a great story.
That's not what he
and
said.
make it bad.
That's not what he said. He said, I think. He said, I think.
They'll take a great story and they'll make it bad. See, I think that's really illegal, personally.
I think. He
And you
said,
said,
I think.
and you said that what he said was fact. If I were to say,
He said, I think.
if I
Did
were
you
to
hear me?
say,
He said,
if I were
I
to say
think.
that I think the Earth is flat, and then you're like everything that you just said was fact, would this affirm that it's a fact that the Earth is flat?
What I'm saying is, he said, I think. The factual basis is, he said, I think.
Okay,
That's what he said.
So Donald Trump thinks that it is illegal to criticize him in the media.
He also thinks Roseanne Barr is ugly. What does that mean?
Dude, what is wrong with this guy? This guy's so weird.
Okay, so now we've gotten to the point. Are you saying that like Donald Trump thinks that it is, so you affirm that Donald Trump thinks that it's illegal to criticize him in the media? Can we agree that is a grave fucking issue to freedom of speech? That our president thinks that he's an all-powerful dictator that gets to rewrite the rules?
No.
It's not an issue?
No.
Why is it not an issue that our president thinks they're an all-powerful dictator that gets to rewrite the rules?
Because those are your words. That's why it's not an issue. Just because you say it doesn't make it true.
I mean, we just got to connect point A to point B. He says he thinks it's illegal to criticize him in the media. Can we agree that criticizing Trump in the media is covered under freedom of speech?
He's saying he thinks.
Can we agree that it is covered under freedom of speech to criticize the government?
Absolutely. You can criticize the government.
So we could agree that it is covered under freedom of speech to criticize the government, yet he is saying that criticizing him and his government is illegal, meaning he thinks it is illegal for individuals to enact upon their freedom of speech, which means he's a threat to freedom of speech.
He's not a threat to freedom of speech.
So if Biden said when he was president that he thinks it's illegal for any American to own a gun, and then he pushed for bans for all Americans to own guns, would you say that he'd be a threat to the Second Amendment?
Would he be a threat? No. I'm not a Second Amendment like hardcore guy. I believe in the Second Amendment, but no, I'm not like
dude. See, I
this guy's lost. He doesn't even know what question he's answering at this point.
Yeah, I know. What question do you think you just answered?
You just asked me about Biden and the Second Amendment.
Yeah, I asked you if Biden said that he thinks no American has any legal right to own any gun and then tried to take away all guns from all Americans, would he be a threat to the Second Amendment? And you said no.
I did say no. That is correct.
Wow, dude, this guy. Dude.
Wait,
that's not a threat to the Second Amendment. You know what? Let's just take away all the guns then. Like, make them all illegal. And apparently that's not against the Second Amendment to this guy. What is the Second Amendment, bro?
Second Amendment's right to bear arms, brother.
So if you infringe upon someone's right to bear arms, is that against the Second Amendment?
Would that be against the Second Amendment? Technically, yes. Do I care about the Second Amendment? I do not.
Okay, all right, fair, but like you have to acknowledge that it's like against the Second Amendment, right? So the very point that Dean's making is that this is against the First Amendment when he claims that it's illegal.
Yeah, do you agree there?
He can make that claim. That doesn't mean that I agree.
Well, do you agree that he's going?
No, but is he against the First Amendment when he does that?
He is not against the First Amendment.
What we just showed you the clear determination that he is. We can show. Do you want us to show you again? If you make someone's speech illegal that is literally just in opposition to yours, right? That is against the First Amendment because you're violating someone's freedom of speech to literally show dissent to you.
Do you agree?
This is the problem.
Do you agree with Barker? Do you agree with
He hasn't
P-Dog?
violated anybody's freedom of speech.
Do you agree with P-Dog that like thinking that free speech is illegal is against? Wait 1 second. Can we wait? Let's just bring it down. Let's bring it down a level.
Okay, bring it down.
Is thinking that gun ownership is illegal in all scenarios? Is thinking that against the Second Amendment?
No.
So is
think whatever you want. Who gives a shit?
Is thinking that no one has a right to due process, is that against the 14th Amendment?
So the key word here is thinking. Thinking it? No, it's not. You can think whatever you want.
If I think that every single Republican should be imprisoned and shouldn't be able to speak out against the Democratic administration, would that be against the First Amendment?
Again, no, because the key word is thinking.
Wait, if Biden thought that all Republicans ever in America should lose their right to own every gun and should all be locked in jail if they do so as much as utter a syllable of disrespect or animosity towards himself, would Biden be an anti-constitutional president?
Boy, that was a long sentence. I'm going to say no because the key word is thought.
Oh my my
Dude,
god!
this guy's dude.
Well, you're getting dog walked.
Like, this is
Holy
just
fuck.
we're talking to an NPC, dude. An NPC,
This
MAGA
guy
NPC.
can't be real. Be like, how are people like this real? Like, listen to yourself, dude. You said that Biden was a dictator for like suggesting that
believe in
maybe
three
misinformation
genders, right?
about the pandemic
You
should be
probably
taken
believe in
down.
3 or 4
But
genders.
now, because of the logic that you already suggested, Biden would be a perfectly constitutionally fit president to run our country if he tried to get every single Republican that spoke as much as a syllable against him thrown in jail for the rest of their lives. Like, you can't make this shit up. You can't make it up.
Can he give me an example of what a violation of the First Amendment would be?
Great question. Go ahead, Isaac Andrew.
A violation of the First Amendment. That would be as if I was just giving my opinion and then I got locked up in jail for giving my opinion.
Okay, so when Jimmy Kimmel gave his opinion and then got canceled and thrown off air for giving his opinion, do you think that had some implications in violation of his right to freedom of speech?
No, because that was his employer's right to fire him.
Would you say that pressuring from the administration and arguing that maybe the license of ABC or Disney should be revoked because they were saying things that they disagreed with, do you think that speaks towards a larger issue with, an introduction of authoritarianism into the country with state-controlled media?
Well, the problem with your question is the word disagreed. That's the problem.
Right, they disagreed with what he said, so they canceled him. Is that not?
No.
Does that not speak towards a larger issue of authoritarianism and state-controlled media?
He got canceled because he said something that was not true.
What did he say?
He canceled me? I don't have the exact words, but he was making it sound like the shooter was a mega blah blah blah
Yeah, he
blah.
suggested that they might be MAGA.
He was one of your people. Is what he was.
Wait. He actually said that MAGA was trying to do everything in their power to make it seem like he's not their guy.
And this is after the fact, after the evidence.
So you could say maybe that there's an implication, but saying something false does not mean you get fucking taken off, like, and canceled.
Right.
If that was true, we would have canceled Trump years ago.
Right, and then also, like, this just speaks towards, like, larger issues of, like, who determines what is true? You know what I mean? And I don't think that our government should be the individuals to do it, especially in, like, outside of, like, limited circumstances. Like, for instance, would you say that it is true or false that Biden was a good president?
Well, it's absolutely false.
So if I was a public broadcaster and I hosted a show like Jimmy Kimmel, and on my show I said Biden was a good president, you would say I was spreading misinformation. So if the Trump administration pressured my broadcaster into canceling me and my show because I said Biden was a good president, would you support that for the same reasons you support Jimmy Kimmel's cancellation?
No, because what you're saying is an opinion.
Oh, well, couldn't it just be Jimmy Kimmel's opinion that the shooter might have been MAGA?
It couldn't have, because the facts already came out that he wasn't.
Well, I mean, don't you say it's a fact that Biden was a bad president?
And by the way, that wasn't true. That wasn't true. At that time, there was plausible deniability, and there could be reason and plausible basis for saying that.
Hey, man.
Secondly, Trump was claiming that the shooter was on the left with no reasoning, no evidence.
You are wrong. Right. You are wrong.
Then also, would you say that it is a fact that Biden was a bad president?
It's my opinion that Biden was a bad president.
But it's not a fact?
No, it's not a fact. It's
dude.
Okay. Wait, so...
All right, I'm going to get off.
Have a good one, Parker. I appreciate you.
Hey, man, I'm sorry I'm not fitting your narrative. Really
so
sorry.
If I were to say it is a fact that Trump is a bad president, would that be misinformation?
No, that is your opinion.
No, but I'm saying it's not my opinion. It is a fact that Trump is a bad president. Is that misinformation?
Well, for one, I don't use the dumbass word misinformation. That's a stupid ass word that the fucking Democrats came up with. So, no, it's your opinion. That's all it is. I don't think they know what to do with me. I'm just different. From him, put it down.
We're gonna go ahead and move on to the next guest after that one. I don't use that word misinformation. I don't use that word because That is a word created by the demon rats. I don't use that word. I'm going crazy. I'm going insane. But I keep those feelings inside. Because we keep it calm and cordial on live. Let's go ahead and move on to that next Trump supporter. Hop in that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump as president. We're going to go ahead and get you pulled up for a good conversation. Minnie, I appreciate you for that, Galaxy. Here we go, folks. If you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump as president, go ahead and put a Trump with your age down below in that comment section. And we're going to go ahead and get you pulled up right now. We got Jordan loading into the live right now. Dude. Ooh, what's up, Jordan? Do you support Trump as president?
Yeah.
And how old are you?
20 years old.
20 years. Okay, I'm going to ask you to go ahead and disconnect your Bluetooth. Sounds like you maybe have headphones or AirPods in. Disconnect that. You will sound about 10 times clearer. And while you're doing that, I'm going to go and thank a handful of people. Caleb, thank you for the $25 on Venmo 12 minutes ago saying, hey, Dean, I really enjoy seeing MAGA try to defend a dictator and you give me hope. Let's go. Thank you, Caleb. I appreciate you so much for that. I'm happy that I could give you some hope. And thank you for the $25, my man. As well as Jacob, thank you for the $15 over on Venmo as well. Thank you, Caleb and Jacob. And Kiana with the $30 over on Venmo. Thank you so much. As well as I see your message there, Kiana. I'm really hoping that things don't get that bad, but it is plausible. Let's get 300 Kiana W's down below in that comment section. Thank you so much for the $30. And then Amelia with a $15 saying, hey, Dean and Parker, love you guys. Also get a load of that guy. That guy was nuts. And John, thank you for the $25 on PayPal saying, keep up the good work. Smoking MAGAs. Hell yeah, John, I'm never going to give up. Thank you so much, man. And then Madeline with a $5 over on Venmo and Mason with a $5 on PayPal, as well as Anne. I'm gonna get around to you in a bit, but just know that I really appreciate you. Now, take it away. Why do you support Trump?
I don't think you can support Kamala right now, and
he left. Darn it! Try again, Nick. Try again. I don't. Jamie, thank you for the travel. He'll be back next time with a better. You just you got to get that running start. You know what I mean? It's kind of like swing and a miss. What can you do? We're gonna move on to the next guest. Here we go. What's up? Do you support Trump, Emma?
No.
Base, but we're only looking for Trump supporters. Moving on to the next guest, going to put a Trump with your age down below. We're going to get you pulled up here. That's pretty funny. We got Lorianne Cherry loaded into the stream. Thank you guys once again for all the love over on Venmo and PayPal, as well as Emily.
Matthew, I'm on here. Nigger.
Now you're banned. Goodbye. We're going to move on to the next guest. We got that next guest, Johnny, loading up into the stream. I'd like to thank you, Emily, for the $10, and he obviously prefers the term fake news. Fake news! It's all fake! As well as Deanna, thank you for this one. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Hello?
Hey, what's up? Are you MAGA?
Yeah.
How old are you?
19.
What year were you born in?
06.
Okay. And why the hell do you support who's, in my mind, the worst president of your life?
I just don't like Kamala at all. Hate her.
Okay, why?
She makes us look so weak, man. I don't like her at all. I just think that with her as president, with her being a
woman.
Yeah. I prefer a male as president.
Okay. We have to be very careful with this conversation because you're going to be very quickly flagged for hate speech. So what we're going to do here, just to kind of switch up our terms to try to make the conversation more confusing for TikTok.
Everybody follow me, by the way.
We're going to go ahead and drop him. The reason I kept him up is because I wanted to see how many followers he got because of that. We have 19,000 people in the stream. He got 7 followers. We're going to move on to the next guest. Let's go to see what that next guest has to say. Go ahead and hop in that queue if you support Trump. What's up? Do you support Trump? Okay, he's not here. We're going to move on to the next guest. I left him up just for a second to see how many you'd get. He got 7 fucking followers out of 19,000
Hey.
people. What's up, Rose? Do you support Trump?
Yeah, how are you?
All right. You sound British. What time is it where you're at?
It's 7. I live in New York right now.
Okay. What are 3 cities in New York?
Massachusetts. Wait, no, give me a second. I got like a notes app with like questions for you.
That's one city in New York. Do you have any other? Just 2 more?
Brooklyn, Queens.
Get out of here. We're gonna move on. Massachusetts, my ass. We got Jacob Hunting loading up into the stream right now, folks. As well as I got. What's up, man? Do you support Trump, Jacob?
Yes, I do.
All right. How old are you?
6, 7.
Get the fuck out of here. I got someone to thank. Okay. And I don't deserve this. I don't at all. And I really fucking appreciate you for the love tonight, Anne. Anne just dropped a $500 donation on PayPal. Dude. Anne, thank you. That's like, bro. Thank you, Anne. with the $500 donation, dude. Like, oh my god, that racks my brain. Listen. I see so many big streamers and they'll be like getting like donated all this money and they just like brush it off. They don't care. I've been doing this for 2 years and dude, like nothing has changed in like my genuine fucking shock when I see shit like that, Anne. So thank you so much for the love. And with the $500 says, please stay safe with lots of love from Quebec City. I know you have been watching forever, Anne. I really appreciate you so much for your support. That is so much money. You are so incredibly kind. I do not deserve that. We are going to go and get the next guest up in here right now. But honestly, guys, if y'all down there in the chat could please show some motherfucking love to Anne down below in that comment section for like at least the next 15 minutes, it would mean the absolute world to me. So thank you so much, Anne. Just insane. Insanity. What's going on? Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, how old are you?
25. I had to change my age because it stopped letting me send comments with the same age.
Yeah, no worries. What year were you born in?
2000.
Okay, all right, take it away. Why do you support Trump?
All right. So here's 3 reasons why. Well, first and foremost, I'd just like to say that I appreciate what you do, even though I think we disagree on some things. I think this dialogue is very important, regardless of what side you're on. And, I just wanted to let you know that. And I saw the video of you about Charlie. I actually founded the Turning Point USA chapter at my school. I really like Charlie. I didn't always agree with everything he said, but I will say that I agreed with believing in God, small government.
At your school?
Yeah, at my college. At my college.
Are you actually 25?
Dude, yes. I'm not going to name drop where I went to college, though. But
Where
yes,
you went to college? Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. Okay, so here's what I'll say. I think that the war in Ukraine would have never started had Trump been in office. Okay. Now, I think it's a lot easier to prevent something from happening.
I have a question. If the war in Ukraine would have never started if Trump was in office, then why has it only gotten not just still going, but gotten only worse since Trump has been in office?
I think it's a lot easier to prevent something from happening than it is to stop something that's already ballooned.
I don't know if that's clearly true, but even if I grant you that that's clearly true, that's still not responding to what I am saying. Because I'm not merely saying, why is it still going on? I'm saying, why has it gotten worse?
Here's what I think. I think that there was no respect from Putin to Biden.
I think that Putin has less respect for Trump. And the reason why I say that is because he played the fuck out of him. Putin inserted propaganda into American media by paying people like Tim Pool and Benny Johnson $500,000 per month to convince Americans that Ukraine is scum, full of Nazis, and not deserving of any money from the American government. Donald Trump saw that as an opportunity to swoop in, be their savior, run on defunding Ukraine, saying that's the way we're going to end the conflict, when in all reality, after we did that, Russia hit Ukraine the hardest they have since the conflict begun, as they were weakened, making Russia stronger. And this was such a drastically large fuck up on behalf of the Trump administration that in July they reverted and they went back to exactly what Biden and Harris were doing by funding Ukraine. I never see Donald Trump make concessions. I never see Donald Trump cross party lines. I never see Donald Trump, go so far against what he said in a relevant sense of literally siding with the Democrats. But the one time I have seen that is when he resumed funding to Ukraine on July 11th because of how majorly of a fuck up his policy prior to that point was.
I think that he realized that Putin is going to continue either way. But I think that, like I said, I still stand by. I think that if Trump been in office, I don't think it would have escalated to what it is now.
Why?
Because at this point, there's so much gasoline on the fire. I mean, it's hard to put out a forest
that's not explaining why you don't think it would have happened in the first place if he was president.
I think it's simply because that Putin respects Trump more than he respected Biden. I mean, hell, dude, my
evidence that you're wrong is that it's gotten worse since he was inaugurated. You're saying You're saying if he was president, then Putin wouldn't have bombed Ukraine. My evidence against that is that Putin has bombed Ukraine more now that he's president. Like, dude, it is self-refuting.
Because it's already started.
If Trump is president, then Putin no bomb Ukraine. Okay, then why, when Trump is president, Putin bomb Ukraine more?
That's fair. I can't argue with that. I'm just saying off the simple fact that I think that there was more respect from Putin to Trump than Putin to Biden.
Empirically refuted with the two arguments I've already given you. Putin played him like a puppet, and Putin's been bombing Ukraine more.
Oh, Putin's nasty.
Like imagine this. Think of it this way. Okay, so you're a man. Are you straight?
Yeah.
Okay. You're a young guy, you're straight, you're single, and you're looking for a girlfriend. And you're trying to test out which outfits are going to get you the most eyes going to the
HUDs.
And you're the HUDs, right? And you're comparing two shirts. You have a blue shirt and a red shirt. And your theory is that the blue shirt is gonna get more of that more of the gaze from the women, right? And so you're going to the club with a blue shirt, and you see that it's getting some gaze from the women. Okay, we'll maybe say that it's a 5 out of 10. Some eyes, but not all. Okay, but then you turn around and you put the red shirt on and you go back to the club and you get no gaze from the women. No huzz, no game. You're cooked, you're done, you're over. Go home, go to bed. Okay, right? How absolutely delusional would it be for you to then turn around and suggest that, well, if I was wearing the red shirt in the first place, I would have got all the huzz?
That's fair.
Exactly.
I can't argue.
And the analogy here inside of our conversation is that you're saying that if Trump was president instead of Biden and Harris in 2021, Russia wouldn't have invaded Ukraine. But now that he is president for the last 8 months, Russia's only hit them harder.
Yeah, I think he has. I mean, just from my viewpoint, I think he has dropped the ball on things that I thought he would have already handled. Now, granted, I mean, I do. I don't know. You might disagree, but I still think it's a lot easier to prevent something from happening than stop something that's already been happening for X amount of time.
Yeah,
I think Zelensky's a used car salesman.
You're repeating that over and over. Stop. You're repeating that over and over again, and I keep explaining how it is not relevant to my argument.
Okay, that's fair. We can just agree to disagree on that. But I'll say this: the reason why I support Trump, I believe in small government. I believe in God first, and I also believe that the middle class and small businesses are the most important thing in the United States.
Wait, can you repeat that? I do apologize.
Okay, so I believe in small government. Okay. I don't like big government. I don't like funding to other countries. I don't like being big brother. I don't like sending money to Zelensky. I don't like Israel. I don't like sending money to Israel. I think we need to focus on the United States of America. Why do we always have to have our hands in things that are irrelevant to us?
Then you don't like Trump. Wait, then you don't like Trump. You just said that you don't like. No, listen to what I have to say here. You said that you don't like big government. Guess what? Donald Trump said yesterday it is literally illegal for the media to criticize him. That's about as big of government as you could get. Therefore, you don't like Trump. The second thing that you said, you don't like us playing Big Brother and giving money to Ukraine. Donald Trump resumed all of it on July 11th. You don't like Trump. You said that you don't like giving money to Israel. Donald Trump didn't just give money to Israel. He gave our men and our B-2 bombers to drop bombs on Iran. Therefore, you don't like Trump. So everything that you just said in the last minute would indicate that you do not like Trump as president, yet you are sitting here saying that he's the best thing since sliced bread. Make up your mind. Which one is it?
I don't think he's the best thing since sliced bread. I will say this. I think your party specifically could have had a better candidate. And I think y'all have gotten so radical in your beliefs that it's so hard to align with you guys. I lean left on some things. I'm not a full-blown raging Republican. Now, I have more conservative beliefs than anything because that's just how I think, I believe. I just told you, I like small government. I don't like being big brother. I don't like sending money all over the frickin' place. I think he tried to put America first in some aspects. But what I can't get along with is, like, we can have this conversation and agree to disagree. I don't hate you. I don't want you dead. But
you're not even having the conversation with me because you're not actually responding to what I'm saying here. Like, for instance,
I'm saying there's radicals on both sides.
No, listen. I know you're saying that there's radicals on both sides. This doesn't respond to my explanation of how Donald Trump is diametrically opposed to your goals of small government and less expenditure overseas. But once again, you responded to that by pivoting away and just recognizing.
I don't think he's the best thing.
Dude, stop it. Stop. You're still not responding.
I'm answering your question.
No, you're not. No, you're not. Listen, I very specifically described to you how Donald Trump doesn't align with maybe one of your goals of small government. So what was your response to my explanation of how he actually advocates for a large government? In fact, let me frame it to you in a different way, given new information from your pivot. You said that maybe if you had somebody better running on your side, that you wouldn't have voted for Trump or support him today. Well, let's look at your goal of small government, and we're going to now compare Kamala Harris and Donald Trump. Kamala Harris did not want state-controlled media. Donald Trump has explicitly stated he does. Kamala Harris's policy, overall as estimated by the CBO, would have cost us around $4 trillion in the next 10 years. In the first 200 days of Donald Trump's administration, he spent $5. Okay, going over other things, right? What about small government in the sense of relieving the taxable burden on most people? Donald Trump's big beautiful bill, according to the Center on Budget and Policy Priorities, is going to reduce the purchasing power of 160 million Americans. Kamala Harris ran on increasing the purchasing power of 150 million Americans. When we look at the goal of small government, we see how it was significantly more aligned with the goals and policy of Kamala Harris compared to what Donald Trump is doing today. So, considering everything I just said about your goal of small government, Trump and Kamala Harris, how the hell is it possible that you still support Trump today?
Okay. All right. I think that he's better with foreign relation. Okay. Small government wise, I think he absolutely supports the middle class working American. And not only that, but what he doesn't support is funding to people that aren't even supposed to be in our country, which is literally insane.
Yes, he does. He actually does. He actually does.
For providing housing for illegal aliens. Do you not hear the first word of that statement? They're illegal. Why are we giving our taxpayers dollars to people that aren't supposed to be here? Dean, that makes no sense.
What state do you live in?
I live in the great state of Mississippi.
Mississippi. Is Mississippi red?
It is 100%. Absolutely.
Guess what? Before Trump, not a single dollar that you've paid in taxes went to undocumented immigrants. Undocumented immigrants.
What about Florida?
Undocumented immigrants do not receive any federal benefits, as it is literally illegal for federal dollars to be spent on undocumented immigrants. The only tax dollars that are spent on undocumented immigrants are some of those in states that are blue that have some social safety nets for low-income undocumented immigrants. So I think it's fucking funny and absolutely ironic that you're going to sit here and preach and suggestion that you don't like your tax dollars being spent on undocumented immigrants, However, it is the case that Donald Trump, in modern American history, has spent the most of your tax dollars on undocumented immigrants by increasing expenditure on ICE by $150 billion through the Big Beautiful Bill, or supporting Florida spending $200 million on building detention centers like Alligator Alcatraz that were ruled as illegal and had to be torn down in 3 weeks. Okay? And by the way, undocumented immigrants are economic contributors, meaning that they pay more in taxes and generate more growth in the American economy than they receive through some social safety nets in some states. They pay $100 billion per year in taxes, and according to the American Immigration Institute, increase our GDP by $1.1 trillion through $1.7 trillion per year. Meanwhile, when we look at the benefits that they receive, maybe a couple billion here, a couple billion there, overwhelmingly putting more in than they take out. But I also find it funny that you fucking pivoted again. You cannot stick on one topic for one conversation for more than 30 seconds. Because if you do, you're fucking cooked. You only have enough of a spine to sit here and say that you support Trump because you like small government, but then as soon as I say, guess what, he doesn't want a small government, I expose you to the truth, bringing up the fact he wants state-controlled media, reckless expenditure, passing the most expensive bill we've ever seen Congress pass in this country's history, alongside other variables, X, Y, and Z I could yap all day. Your response is to ignore me and move on to immigration. But guess what? Now that we're on immigration, now that you said you don't like our tax dollars being spent on undocumented immigrants, and now that I've corrected you bringing up the fact that they're economically productive, they pay more in taxes, and they generate more GDP growth than they take away through these social safety nets, what's your response there? Or will it just simply be another pivot? I'm going to invite you to unmute your mic. Let's see.
Okay. Let me ask you something. Would you say that the majority of the drugs in the United States come from where?
If I had to take a guess, over the southern border.
Okay.
The ones trafficked into America.
Okay. I personally believe, and this is my belief, could be wrong, I'm just giving you what I think. I think that if you are here illegally and you are not causing problems, I think it costs us more money to send you where you came from than it does to just leave you alone, right? It's like you said, it's basic economics. If you spend money, you're generating business. And I have no issue with that. Now, what I have an issue with is the fact that if you're here and you're not supposed to be here and you are breaking laws, then yes, we should send you where you came from. I think that's a pretty simple line.
Also, you only agree with the deportation of undocumented immigrants with prior, like, violent criminal offenses, bad criminal offenses, and so on?
That's where I lean lefting. That's what I was getting at. So
guess what?
I don't have a problem.
Guess what? Then you don't support Donald Trump's immigration policy. If you go to ice.gov,
I don't have to agree with everything he says.
Listen, if you go to ice.gov/statistics, you isolate for quarterly arrests and deportations, and then you isolate further for only those with prior violent offenses, you will see that ICE and Homeland Security under the Biden-Harris administration was arresting and deporting more undocumented immigrants quarterly and monthly than the Trump administration with prior violent offenses, as that was the totality of the scope of the operations under the Biden-Harris administration. Meanwhile, it's only a percentage under the Trump administration.
Okay. Would you say that during Biden's administration, there were more crossings at the border than there have been under Trump's
Another pivot, bro. Why are you running me
No, I'm asking. I'm
I know. Yeah, this is a pivot, and I'll be very clear how. First, we're talking about how you think that Donald Trump is good for small government. I proved you wrong and informed you how. Then you pivoted to immigration. And then you made the claim that undocumented immigrants cost our government money. I proved you wrong and I explained how. Then you moved on to immigrants with prior violent offenses, and now you think they should be removed. And then I indicated that while that policy was better off under Biden and Harris than Trump, now you're pivoting and moving on to asking me under what administration was there more undocumented entry. Why can't you stop pivoting?
Okay. I'll try my best not to. I think that there has been less crossings. Yes. I think that overall as a country, we are better off having less illegal aliens.
Undocumented immigrants. Why don't we give them some of their humanity back after taking so much of it away from them?
Yeah, that's fair. I probably should change that verbiage. I don't like that verbiage. I actually have a friend that got deported, and he called me and asked me to pay for an immigration lawyer, which was 20 grand for a 50-50 coin flip. And he didn't want to sit in the cell he was sitting in for another 6 months. So I do lean left on this. But I will say, I think overall as a country, I think we are better off with less than more. I think a lot of crime and bad things come from the southern border. That's just my personal opinion. Now, if you're here and you're trying to change your life, and
are you a naturally US-born citizen?
Yeah, of course.
You're 2.5 times more likely to commit a violent crime than an undocumented immigrant.
That's probably true, but what about the uncounted?
Those that aren't counted?
Yeah.
The crimes that aren't caught?
Have you been to the southern border?
Can you give me any reason to believe that undocumented immigrants are 2.5 times less likely to get caught for a violent crime compared to a citizen?
Because they're not accounted for, Dean. What do you mean?
Are you saying it's because they're not documented?
I would assume so, yeah.
When we call an undocumented immigrant an undocumented immigrant, we're saying that they don't have documentation in the sense of residency or citizenship. However, they could still possess documentation in the sense of receiving social benefits from some blue states, working in an ITIN and reporting their income to the IRS, or even like receiving a driver's license from some states, being documented by their employer, so on and so forth. Now, if you want to make the claim that due to the lack of residency or citizenship, it makes it excruciatingly more difficult to catch them for a crime that they committed, I'm going to ask you for a study to demonstrate that they are exactly or more than 2.5 times less likely to be caught for a violent crime than a citizen.
Yeah, I don't have one. I'm just.
You can't make the claim that they are.
I'm using simple logic. I mean, if you're not here and nobody knows you're here and you commit a crime.
well, you already fucked up because you said nobody knows that you're here. Undocumented immigrants work. We know that they work. Undocumented immigrants pay taxes. We know that they pay taxes. Undocumented immigrants receive some state benefits in blue states. We know that.
So how do they have payroll tax I'm just asking you, like, how are they paying taxes if they're not supposed to be here?
Because they could work on ITINs.
Okay, yeah. So they have a work visa is what you're saying.
Yep.
Okay. Huh. Yeah, I mean, like I said, it's a sensitive subject for me. That's the one thing I do disagree with Trump. But I would say overall, as a country, I think we are better off with less people that aren't supposed to be here than more. And I will
so do you think that we're better off with a president that thinks we should have state-controlled media?
State-controlled media.
You heard me?
I think, yeah. I mean,
I don't think this is Mr. Small Government, pro-individual liberties and freedoms talking, by the way.
Okay, the clip that you played of him saying that it should be illegal. He looked around and he said, wow, it should be illegal. I think that was pretty crazy, but I think it was a little bit misinterpreted. I think that what he's saying is, okay, let's say me and you are both sitting in a room and we look at the floor and the floor is blue. And then you try to tell everybody the floor is red and I say it was blue, but we both know it was blue. Then he's saying that he's frustrated with the simple fact that people can't just report what happened. And that's why I keep up with Tucker. I don't even watch Fox News. I only follow Tucker. And honestly, I've dived deeper more into the whole Israel thing.
I don't think that misinformation should be illegal or is illegal. Misinformation is only illegal when it causes material damages to an individual. That's what slander or defamation would be. But I don't think that misinformation in a general sense outside of slander and defamation should be illegal because who would be the arbiter of what is or isn't correct, right?
Yeah.
For instance,
I think his ego is so big he hates it.
Donald Trump would say it's misinformation to say that the big beautiful bill is bad, right? And even if we accept your interpretation of his statement referencing the fact that he is just talking about misinformation, well, guess what? He's still saying that it should be illegal to say that the big beautiful bill is bad.
Yeah. I actually agree. I don't think you should have said that. I think it's being a little bit blown out of proportion.
Is it not just completely you should be blowing this out of proportion more than I am. I'm not the one that started a chapter in college to apparently fight for the individual freedoms and liberties of all Americans and to hold on to a small government while appealing to a virtue such as freedom of speech, freedom of the press, so on and so forth, right? You should be more upset about this than me.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think if he's taken action to ban someone's voice, which the first thing I told you when we started this conversation was, even though we probably disagree on some things, I still appreciate what you do.
So you'd say if he did take action to ban somebody's voice, then you would stop supporting him?
I mean, if there was something better out there to support, absolutely.
Yeah, he took action to get Jimmy Kimmel off air 3 days ago.
Yeah, I think that's pretty stupid. I think that, you know, if there's a mass case of him banning the opposing side voices, I think that, yeah,
Bro,
absolutely.
dude, it's like you just downplay all this shit. You don't care. You act like it's not a big deal, even though this is a step towards
It is a touchy
fucking
subject.
authoritarianism. It's like, well, if he just said he wanted state-controlled media, I don't care. He'd actually have to act on it and silence somebody first. Then I'm like, okay, he did 2 days ago. Then I'm like, I don't really care that he said he wants state-controlled media.
No,
I don't really care that he's already acted in silencing voices of those with the full force of the American government. I think it has to be a mass silencing of many voices. Bro, it's like how? What the fuck? You have no spine. You stand by no values, and I honestly think that right now you are being quite the coward.
I do stand by values, first of all.
Which ones? What values?
I believe in God, small government, and the fact that I want to own a house and not pay out the asses in taxes and send our tax dollars to used car salesmen like Zelensky.
Okay, guess what? Well, then you support Trump, and he resumed all funding to the used carsman, Mr.
Because he's got to put out a fire he didn't start, Dean.
Oh, see, now all of a sudden now you're saying, he actually resumed all the funding to Ukraine for good reason, justifying giving money to Zelensky.
I'm not saying that.
Isn't that fucking funny? You're going to sit here and say that money to Zelensky is wrong, but then as soon as I bring up the fact that Donald Trump is giving money to Zelensky, all of a sudden you justify it? That's why I say that you have no spine. You just demonstrated it again. You set forth a value. You say money to Zelensky bad, but then I'm like, Trump did it. Then you're like, well, he did it because reasons X, Y, and Z, all apparently justifying it, meaning it's not bad. What year were you born in?
2005, January 26th.
Okay, and why do you support Trump?
The main reason I support him is mainly his economic policies.
Which ones?
Well, I can talk about which ones the Biden-Harris did really badly in.
No, I want you to talk about the ones that Trump did goodly, quote unquote, goodly.
So do you think a 40-year high in inflation is good?
Yeah, I think it's great. We need more inflation.
You think that?
Oh yeah, obviously.
You think national high debt of 40 years is good?
No, that one's terrible. And that one was, of course, hit under the Trump administration, especially when he signed the most expensive bill we've ever had until now, the big, beautiful bill. Now, I want to reference back to the first thing. Obviously, I was trolling when I said all-time high inflation is good. What did the Biden-Harris administration do to cause that?
Use insane spending that did correlate to higher jobs, but directly correlated to the high inflation.
How much did they spend? How much new debt-related spending did the Biden-Harris administration sign into law during their 4 years?
I'm not exactly sure.
I am.
But I know that.
I am.
I know that they spent $27 trillion in spending. Where Trump spent less, yes or no? During COVID.
No, wrong. So
yes, he did. He did spend less in his full term than Biden-Harris. That's just wrong.
So the Committee on a Responsible Federal Budget tells us that the Biden-Harris administration spent $4.6 trillion. Point number one, Donald Trump has already spent more than what they spent in 4 years and 200 days. The big, beautiful bill on its own cost 4.5. And point number two, in Donald Trump's first administration, he spent $8.6 trillion, twice as much as Biden and Harris.
How much of the big, beautiful bill actually went through? Can you tell me that?
All of it.
So he didn't concede anything in there?
I'm saying the bill that was signed into law that did went through.
Yeah, and he changed it significantly after backlash.
I'm saying those are accounting for the changes, if there were any.
Okay. So what's your point, though?
Yeah, my point is that he spent more than
that Biden-Harris didn't direct. So you're saying Trump is the reason for the high inflation?
I'll clarify my point. My point is that the Trump administration, in their first term, spent twice as much as the Biden-Harris administration, and he has already spent more than the Biden-Harris administration did in 4 years and 8 months.
Yeah, to combat what they did.
To combat what they did?
Yes.
What do you mean?
To combat the high debt and high inflation. The inflation was at 14% under Biden-Harris.
Wait, so they increased the debt to combat the debt.
They increased.
No. Oh no, my house is on fire. I better go get my flamethrower. Like what?
I don't get how you think higher inflation is good.
That was obviously a troll.
No, I know, but did Biden Harris not have the highest inflation in 40 years?
They didn't do anything to cause the highest inflation in 4 years. Once again, how? Yeah,
How did they not do? They didn't do anything to stop it.
Actually, they did. So our inflation rate disproportionately dropped faster than the inflation rate in any other G7. The inflation was caused by the pandemic, people going out of work, companies shutting down, supply chains being disrupted, and stimulus surging economies to prevent recessions on the global stage. Inflation happened in every country, in every hemisphere, in every continent, including Antarctica. I bet the polar bears' little Ice Krispies got more expensive. And once again, the response to the inflation onset by the pandemic was seen in America compared to any other country in the G7. Handful of people. Yo, Skylar, thank you so much for the $15 over on Venmo for flowers for your girl. Dude, Skylar, that is very kind of you. I love that. I love that. What a kind donation. That'll be going towards the flowers. Sorry. You know what I'm talking about, say. I realize that too. Yeah, I have seen the changes for the H-1B. I need to look into them more specifically. We're going to talk about those tomorrow a lot because I
love the H-1B policy.
Okay, no one asked. Anyways, we're going to be talking about those changes tomorrow because now you got to pay $100,000 per year if you're on an H-1B. Dude, so you know how the Republicans...
It's not per year. They actually said it's not per year.
Oh, great. See, well, I told you I need to look into it more. Hey, so did you agree with Charlie Kirk, Ben Shapiro, Donald Trump prior to the election? They're saying that the left is so DEI and they just want to give people jobs just because, but nothing to do with their merit or skill.
I believe that jobs should be based on merit.
If you believe that jobs should be based on merit, then why do you think that we should be giving an unfair advantage to American citizens with less merit than individuals working and coming in from overseas?
Because we should help Americans.
Exactly. Your first word was because, once again, justifying a system in which does not... I thought you said 29. My bad. Okay.
No, 20. One versus...
For instance... new debt of $190 billion per year onset by Donald Trump's Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. So in order to isolate and eliminate for that reoccurring debt signed into law by other presidents, we have to isolate for the debt they signed into law, right? And when we isolate for the debt that they signed into law, we see that Donald Trump was responsible for 8.6 trillion and Biden and Harris were responsible for 4.
Or inflation is coming.
Yeah, higher price groceries.
That's not true.
Mean inflation. It is inflation.
That's just not true at all. You can look up lagging prices because of inflation. If inflation is going down, inflation has gone down.
Define
and
inflation.
That's a fact. So you are saying you think higher prices in grocery is inflation? You're just stupid and you don't know economics.
Define inflation.
You define inflation.
The rate of change in the price of a good. So if the rate of change in the pricing of groceries goes up because they're getting more expensive, that's definitionally speaking inflation. Do you want to apologize for calling me stupid now? I don't know where he went. Come back, come on. We can't hear you when you're off the live. By the way, if you want to support me, before we end the stream, we're going to get off after this, guys. You can support me on Venmo and PayPal, which can be found in the link tree in my bio on TikTok and in the pinned message on that YouTube stream. Speaking of, I guess... Oh my god! Christopher.
Okay.
1 second. Pipe down. Christopher. Dude, y'all are too kind. You're too kind, bro. Christopher, thank you for the $200 donation on PayPal. Bro, saying dinner's on me tonight, Dean. Have a good time. Christopher. Dude. Oh my god. I'm gonna take her to the nicest restaurant in town. I mean, we don't have many options. We're from a small town, but I'm gonna take her to the nicest one now, Christopher. Show some love. I'm being so serious. I'm being so fucking serious. Show some love to Christopher down below in that chat, man. That is such an incredibly kind, very generous donation of you. Show some fucking love to Christopher. As well as, let's see here, Jacqueline, thank you for the $14 on PayPal, saying, get him, Dean. Thank you, Jacqueline. And then Trish for the $20 on PayPal, saying, I love you and your partner. Thank you, Trish. That is very kind of you. But show some fucking love to Christopher. Christopher, I fucking love you, bro.
Okay, Dean. So higher prices means goods cost more. Inflation is how quick the prices change. So you're wrong, and say you're sorry.
So could you be more specific of where I was wrong?
You said higher prices mean inflation. Yeah. Higher prices is goods cost more.
Yes.
Inflation is how quickly the prices change. Okay. That's why inflation under Trump is less, because the price is changing slower.
Hey, so you said higher prices. So higher is what? A term of comparison. You're saying it is higher now than it was at some other time. And inflation would be the rate of change of...
That's what I said.
Good.
That's what I said.
And of course, the price of the good would change by a certain rate in becoming higher. And if it doesn't change at a certain rate, then it doesn't become higher. Meaning that you do not have higher price groceries unless you have inflation.
That's not how it works. You don't know Stop speaking on things you don't know.
This is hilarious. Can we agree that if the price of an egg, for instance, were to go from $3 to...
If higher cost of goods equals inflation, then that's what it would be. But that's not what it is.
Just follow me here. Can we agree that if we had an egg, for instance, and an egg went from costing $3 to $3, it would not cost more. We would not have a higher price.
Agreed.
But can we agree that if the price of an egg went from $3 to $4, it would cost more and we would have a higher price?
Yeah, but there's something called price lagging in economics.
Stop. So now that we have agreed that the only way we could have a higher price of a good is if the price goes up, can't go down, can't stay the same, it must go up, and inflation is the rate of change in the pricing of a good, would you agree that every single time the price of anything goes up, we could attribute a rate of change to how much it goes up?
But that doesn't mean inflation. It could be like source of production is slowed because of a factory exploded. The rate of change doesn't directly correlate to inflation.
Just follow me very simply.
No, I'm not doing a hypothetical.
This isn't hypothetical. This is academia. So every single time, right, we have a number increase. We can clearly define the rate of increase, right?
Yes.
Okay. So if eggs go from costing $3 to $4, then we'll be able to very clearly define the rate of change in the price of that egg and how much it went up, right?
Yeah, depending on how fast it went up.
And we agreed that the definition of inflation was the rate of change in the pricing of a good, right?
Yes.
Okay. Well, if inflation is literally defined as the rate of change in the pricing of a good, and we will always have a rate of change in the pricing of a good when the price of a good goes up, then we will always have inflation when the price of a good goes up, because that's how we literally define inflation.
Yeah, but like I said, sometimes a price can go up without meaning inflation. Like a price can go up and then go down when the factory gets rebuilt.
Well, the issue here
because it exploded.
The issue here is that we define inflation as the price going up, or more so the rate of change in the price. Okay, this is like saying that you could die without experiencing death. No, you cannot.
So
die.
you don't believe grocery prices are going to go down?
Just listen to what I have to say. You cannot die without experiencing death. Why?
What kind of rhetorical question is that?
It's not a rhetorical question.
You can't die without dying?
Exactly. You can't die without experiencing death, because death is defined as dying. The same way you cannot have a price of a good going up without inflation, as inflation is defined as said price of a good going up.
Can you agree inflation is lower than it was under Biden-Harris?
No, actually I can't. Core inflation has risen, but we'll talk about that in a bit. Because we must continue to discuss the fact that you're wrong in defining and understanding what inflation is.
You were the one that said before you started going on this, you said the price getting higher means inflation.
Yes, because the price getting higher...
That's not always true. It could be a factory blew up. No, it could be a number of things.
Well, there's a number of things, like a factory blowing up. We just say that's what caused the inflation.
Yeah, but when it gets rebuilt, it's going to go down.
Okay.
Inflation changes. Okay. It goes up and down, and it's down under Trump, and it's higher under Biden-Harris.
Well, maybe if they were to rebuild the factory, then the prices would go down. Okay, well, that doesn't change the fact that they still went up when the factory was blown up, meaning that we saw inflation.
But my point is the policy isn't directly causing inflation in that point. It's outside factors.
That actually wasn't your point.
So your point is that the policy is bad because it's making inflation, but it could be other things.
That wasn't your point. You can't track your own argument. Your point was that when the price of a good goes up, it's not inflation.
That's that's true, because inflation does not mean that. Inflation equals the rate at which it changes.
Yeah, but every time we would have a price of a good go up, we'd always have a rate of change.
Yeah, but what if it goes down?
But if it goes down, then we'd have like the opposite of inflation.
Decreased inflation, which is what is happening.
What is the opposite of inflation? I don't know, but this doesn't matter because we're specifically talking about the price of a good going up. You said every single time the price of a good goes up, it's not always inflation. And now you're trying to give me an example of the price of a good going down to argue that it's not inflation.
You need to work on your economic skill. I've watched many debates where you debate economics and you're just wrong. You can't say you're right when you're wrong.
This isn't economics, it's math. Okay, if the price of a good goes up, we will always have a rate of change. Okay, every single time the price of a good goes up.
I'm not arguing with your.
Every single time the price of a good goes up, we will always have a positive rate of change, right? An increasing rate of change. Right. And by the way, for everybody in the comment section saying that the guest is right, you have like the economic education of a middle schooler. Like, I'm sorry. I'm going to be honest.
Seems like your audience agrees with me.
It doesn't really. It seems like there's maybe 4 people in the chat that are continuing to repeat that. But once again, like, this is like literally like an elementary like school concept. I'm gonna repeat it. Let's see if you could follow. Okay. So every single time you have the price of a good going up, that is an increasing rate of change in the price of a good, right?
Right.
The definition of inflation was an increasing rate of change in the pricing of a good?
No, it's how quick.
Wait, define inflation?
The rate at...
Oh, the rate of what?
The rate of the change of price. The rate.
So we did agree that was the definition. Oh my God. You just conceded. Because you just agreed every single time we have the price of a good go up, we will always have an increasing rate of change of the pricing of the good. Then you defined inflation as the increasing rate of change of the pricing of a good. Meaning that we will always have inflation when the price of a good goes up. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you. And the reason why we will always have inflation when the price of a good goes up is because we just define inflation as something that always happens when the price of a good goes up. That thing being the rate of change at what it increased. That is how we define inflation, okay? And mathematics tells us that whenever we increase a number, we will always be able to algorithmically extrapolate the rate of change at which we increase the number. Every single time. That's math. Elementary math. Well, I don't know. High school. Early high school. Okay? And because we will always be able to conclude a rate of change in a number if it went up, and that factors what we define as inflation, then we will always have inflation when the price of a good increases, as we will always have that factor of what the rate of change at which it increased. Boom.
Okay, my question is, and you've been avoiding it, and you've just been saying the core inflation has gone up under Trump. It was the inflation under Biden-Harris higher? Was the rate of eggs changing faster under Biden-Harris?
Yeah, we'll go back to that conversation after you concede. Every single time we have the price of a good go up, we have inflation. Because we define inflation as a rate of change in the pricing of said good.
I'll concede when you say that Biden-Harris had more inflation.
There was more inflation.
The highest in 40 years.
There's
that
more
set
inflation.
back Americans years.
There's more inflation in America under the Biden-Harris administration than Trump in his first term.
Yes.
Okay, so now do you understand that inflation is always present given the pricing of a good goes up?
I acknowledge that it's always present. Awesome. I can acknowledge that it can go down.
Awesome. I appreciate you so much for the concession. So now, once again, going back around to that first point, once again, I don't understand why we're talking about such elementary things here. I mean, I thought that we got past this 30 minutes ago. You're telling me that there's more inflation in America under Biden and Harris compared to Trump in his first term. That's true, right? It is. But the thing is they didn't cause it, and I've already given you an explanation on why they didn't cause it.
But give me the facts on why they didn't cause it.
Can
you really... No, nobody believes that it was from COVID. Nobody.
Okay, then what was it from?
It was from the insane spending and the stupid spending of Biden and Harris.
I thought that we
and in Kamala's new book, she'll explain how she hated all of his policies.
We already debunked that point. The way that we already debunked that point is by showing that Donald Trump's...
Have you seen her book, how she hated Biden's policies?
What policy did she hate?
How are you going to have a good... good administration when the president and vice president can't even agree on things and they actually hate each other.
This is a pivot, but what policy did she hate?
The book hasn't came out yet, but she's talking. She talks about how Biden pressured her and she didn't agree with anything he said. And you can read it when it comes out, and you'll be surprised.
So do you just have access to the book beforehand? Are you a super fan? Did you get
She gave an interview about it.
Oh, play it for us.
You don't think she's gonna promote her book?
Play for us.
You said what?
Play the interview for us where she says she disagreed with everything that Biden did.
I didn't say that, but
she'd be really stupid.
You can use context clues to see what she means.
Oh, context clues, bro! You're turning into fucking what's that guy's name? Alex, what the crazy conspiracy theorist guy? Gonna talk like this. I forget his name. What the fuck? Bald guy. Had a show shut down.
Alex Jones.
Yeah, you're starting to talk like Alex Jones. Oh well, if we connect the dots and we look over here and then we look over there and
here, let me ask you something.
We'll see. Well, the book hasn't been released yet, but if we look at the context clues of the interviews, it was very obvious that she was being manipulated by Biden. And it is the case that she didn't agree with anything that he did during these 4 years.
Let me ask you something. Do you think Trump's a fascist?
Yes.
Explain fascism for me.
Okay. Well, I think that fascism is best described in the literature via the 14 points denoting and pointing towards an authoritarian regime, right? These 14 points, we want to look them up. Give me a second. These 14 points in the literature typically reduce down to point number 1, powerful and continuing nationalism. Point number 2, disdain for human rights. 3, identification of enemies as a unifying cause. Supremacy of the military. Rampant sexism. Controlled mass media. Obsession with national security. Religion and government intertwined. Corporate power protected. Labor power suppressed. Disdain for intellectuals and the arts. Obsession with crime and punishment. Rampant cronyism and corruption. And fraudulent elections. Those would be the 14 points. I believe that Donald Trump fulfills all 14. But I got to go take my girlfriend on a dinner date soon. So I'm not going to go over every single one with you. But what I will.
Wrong.
What?
You just don't want to be wrong.
Well, let me finish talking here. I got to go on a dinner date with my girlfriend here soon, so I'm not going to be able to go over all 14 with you. However, if you'd like to randomly pick 2 or 3, I'll happily go over them with you. So you could randomly pick 2 or 3 by either just repeating the specific points that I just gave to you, or just saying like a random number.
So you think Donald Trump controls a one-party like system?
I'm confused. That wasn't any of the 14 points. I'll go over them again. Powerful and continuing nationalism, disdain for human rights, identification of enemies as a unifying cause, supremacy of the military, rampant sexism, controlled mass media, obsession with national security, religion and government intertwined, corporate power protected, labor power suppressed, disdain for intellectuals in the arts, obsession with crime and punishment, rampant cronyism and corruption, and fraudulent elections. Feel free to pick 2 or 3 of those. We could go over them super duper quickly, but I do have to go take my girlfriend on a dinner date.
So you think that Trump did fraudulent elections?
For sure. Yes, we'll start with that one. He did. In 2020, he tried to coup and rig the outcome of the election.
Is this fact?
Yes, he admitted to it in court.
Where's your source?
Will Scharf, his personal attorney, spoke on CNN and Fox News about this. And Will Scharf represented him in front of court, in front of SCOTUS, and still represents him until this day. Will Scharf talked about how, yeah, they did send fake slates of electorates to 7 different of the key swing states with fake votes, or as they like to call them, alternative, to rig and steal the election, but he should be immune from all criminal repercussions for this, as he was president when he did it. Therefore, he has presidential immunity.
I don't believe he's suppressing media.
Okay, so you accept the fraudulent elections. Moving on to suppression of media, he literally said yesterday that it is illegal to criticize him in the media, and that was in the Oval Office. This came a day after he said that it is, once again, illegal to criticize him in the media on Air Force One, and that came a day after he literally got Jimmy Kimmel canceled and thrown off air.
These are all opinions. I mean, if he really did that, you think he would be sitting president?
Yeah, I mean, literally listen to what he has to say.
And do you think?
Listen, wait, one second.
Authoritarianism is innately bad for a leader?
One second. It's not something that it's my opinion of what he did or what he said. You could hear him say it himself.
Great story, and they'll make it bad. See, I think that's really illegal, personally. You can't take.
There you go. It wasn't an opinion. It's a fact.
It's not a fact.
Oh, you just heard it. You just heard it. Do you think that was AI?
Do you think
wait, what do you mean not fact? You just heard him say it.
Do you think authoritarianism is innately bad for a leader?
I think it's practically bad, yes.
Okay, that's just wrong.
What?
So how are we going to govern a society without authoritarianism?
Are you now saying that we need an authoritarian regime?
Authoritarian doesn't mean that you're a fucking fascist.
What do you think? What do you take authoritarian to mean?
So you think that means you're a fascist?
Wait, actually, this is a pivot because I remember we were going over the tenets of fascism. So now I've proven 2 of the tenets of fascism. Name another one.
Authoritarianism is part of it. It doesn't. You have to be completely authoritarian.
I'll go ahead and listen. I'll go ahead and rename the tenets for you. I'll do this for the last time because you keep on saying things that aren't tenets as tenets. So the first tenet is powerful and continuing nationalism, disdain for human rights, identification of enemies as a unifying cause, supremacy of the military, rampant sexism, controlled mass media, obsession with national security, religion and government intertwined, corporate power protected, labor power suppressed, disdain for intellectuals in the arts, obsession with crime and punishment, rampant corruption, and fraudulent elections. You have named 2 so far, that being the 6th and the 14th, controlled mass media and fraudulent elections, and I've proven to you in both circumstances how Donald Trump fulfills them. Would you like to name a third? I want you to pick one of those that you think would be the least likely to be true. The least likely to be true.
Do you think Trump abolished free elections?
Oh, once again, going back to the election
You have to abolish free elections to be a fascist. There's 2 free elections. If you don't think there's free elections...
Once again, going back to the elections point. Yes, he literally tried to rig the outcome of the election in 2020. He tried to stop the outcome and change it illegally. I thought we already went over this.
Now, I don't want to get banned, so I'm not going to say what I want to say about that election. But we all know what happened there.
Oh, yeah, we all know that Biden won fair and square, and that you were going to continue to cope and
free elections have been abolished? You think free elections have been abolished in this country?
Why do I need to repeat myself? He tried to rig it in 2020.
That doesn't mean free elections are abolished.
So you think he actually has to abolish all free elections? You have to be successful in that?
You have to be a fascist.
Wait,
you have to.
Wait, do you think that neo-Nazis...
You have to.
Wait, do you think that...
To have a fascist regime, you have to abolish
you just
all
have to,
free
no,
elections.
no, you just have to want
You
to
do.
that. You just have to want
No,
to.
you have to. You have to. Look
Really?
it up.
Really? So do you think that all...
You have to.
Could we agree that neo-Nazis in America today are fascists?
I'm not on that. I'm not up to date on the neo-Nazis because I'm not a fucking Nazi.
Like alt-right neo-Nazis, literal Hitler sympathizers. Can we agree they're fascists?
Yeah.
Oh, wait.
Go ahead.
Wait. So all the neo-Nazis in America have abolished free elections? Oh, no, that's not what they've done. They just want to do that, right? Just like Trump tried to in 2020. Do you see how you're wrong
and
and I'm right?
That's why they're not in control, because you can't do that. And if you did do that, it would be fascist.
Right, but yet you agree that they are fascists because they want to do that and many other reasons.
No.
So they're not fascists? Wait, alt-right Hitler sympathizers.
I guess they're not.
Hitler, literal alt-right Hitler sympathizing Nazis aren't fascists? That's exactly. So now we've reduced you down to saying, in order for you to argue that Trump isn't a fascist, Nazis can't be fascists either. Can you agree? Can you agree that in order for you to argue that Trump is not fascist, Nazis in America today necessarily can't be fascists either? Can you agree to that? In order for your argument to follow, you cannot classify neo-Nazis as fascists.
You're wrong.
Oh, so
you have to abolish.
Wait. You're not responding to what I'm saying. Affirm or deny the following sentence, or your ass is going to be booted. Affirm or deny it, young man. Affirm or deny it. Would you agree? In order for you to argue that Trump is not a fascist, you also necessarily have to say that neither are neo-Nazis.
I agree.
Yeah, get absolutely fucking broiled alive. Dumbass. I get to say that because we already got the restriction and I'm about it in my stream. Coral, thank you so much for the $50 over on Super Chat. Thank you so much for the love, Coral. I really appreciate you so much. Dude, Coral says, enjoy your date night and get a nice bottle of wine, dude. That is so very kind of you. Thank you so much. Dude, you guys are fucking awesome. I'm literally going to get off the stream and call, like I said earlier after Christopher's donation, one of the nicest restaurants in town and make a reservation. That is so fucking kind of you guys. Show some love to Coral down below in the chat. As well as, let's see here, I want to thank a handful of other people. Marla, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo, saying, I just started watching a few days ago. I love how the Trump supporters can barely ever give a single reason why they support him. Every time, bro. I appreciate you for that love, Marla. As well as Ariel, thank you for the $25 on Venmo, saying, I personally love the way you break down topics and explain them clearly. Keep it up. You are doing amazing, outstanding work. Ariel, that is very fucking kind of you. Thank you so much for your kind words. Show some love to Ariel down below, as well as Mad with a 5, Deirdre with a 5, and Kylie with a 10. Thank you guys so much. Thank you. As well as Caitlin, thank you for the $14 on PayPal, saying, hey, Dean, just wanted to thank you for all that you do. Although I'm from a small town, I've learned a lot from you. That's awesome, Caitlin. Show some love to Caitlin in that chat. I love y'all. Seriously, I'm so happy. And genuinely so gracious for the community that we've been able to build on these lives, and I never want y'all to forget that. I love what I do so much. There's nothing else in the world I'd rather be doing instead. If I won the Powerball tomorrow and walked home with $1 billion in my bank account, I would still be doing a 4-hour live stream every single day. I love y'all. I am going to go ahead and end now. Go take the girlfriend on that date. I will see you guys tomorrow. Peace and love, everyone. Bye-bye.
Quanto tempo? Boa noite.
Caramba, é verdade, viu? Tô bem, e você?
Demais, tô bem também.
Que bom, faz tempo mesmo, viu? Bora fazer 3 batalhinhas, então?
Bora, você quer começar?
Deixa eu ver aqui qual que eu tenho. Posso começar? Deixa eu só ver alguma.
Eu tenho aqui também, se quiser eu começo.
Ah, pode ser então, aí eu procuro enquanto você canta. Então bora lá, gente, let's go.
Let's go, everybody.
O primeiro, é muito legal essa música aqui.
Péssima essa entrada aqui. Want to talk about romance, rah rah, Roma, Dila, ooh la la. Want to talk about romance? I want your ugly, I want your disease. I want your everything as long as it's free. I want your love, oh love, love, love. I want your love. I want your drama, the touch of your hate. I want your letters to the kiss and the sing. I want your love, oh love, love, love. I want your love. You know that I want you, and you know that I need you. I want a bad, like a bad romance. Cause you're a criminal as long as you're mine. I want your love, oh love, love, love. I want your love. I want the cycle, your vertical stare. Want you in my when maybe you said I want your love, oh love, love, love. I want your love. Let's listen, Camila. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, sir. Have an amazing night, okay, sweet? Thank you for being here just for a while. This matters a lot for me. Thank you so much.
Bora.
Jessica, obrigada por compartilhar. Let's go. This will be the last battles of the night, okay, everybody? The last three matches of the night.
Obrigada, Chloe. When you get older, plain as saying, now will you remember all the danger we came from? Burning like embers, falling tender, longing for the days of no surrender years ago. And will you know, the smoke and me feel goddamn cause it's going down. All I ever wanted was you. I'll never get to heaven cause I don't know how. Let's raise a glass or two to all the things I've lost on you. Oh, tell me I've been lost on you. Oh, just that you could come and lose. Oh, after everything I've lost on you, is that lost on you? Is that lost on you? Baby, is that lost on you? Is that lost on you? Bora lá, curtindo a telinha, tá até no screen. Último
play one by
segundo,
Piece
gente. Last
two.
second.
Vou mandar uma da Lipa
Thank you,
também.
Chris. Hold me like you never lost your patience. Tell me that you love me more than hate me all the time. And you're still mine. Thank you, Ben. Jesus. Thank you so much, Ben. Thank you. Thank you so much, Ben. Awesome. Muito obrigada a todos.
Thank you,
very
my lady
much.
Von. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, too. You are the best. Thank you so much. Let's go. It was amazing. Thank you. That's beautiful, Snipe. Let's go. It's close, but not. And all I want is to know just how. Try to be the five for you. Try to be the sun. Try to be your home and the place that you come to. Baby, to the whole world. Put you in your hands. Really tell you how, but I don't understand. Tell me. For you, try to be the zone, try to be your home and the place that you come to. Baby, to the whole world and put you in your hand. I'm really trying hard, but I don't understand. Tell me how to be the one that you love. How to be the one, how to be the one. Thank you, everybody. Let's go. Let's use the double points.
So good, that song, right?
Thank you,
The name
Carly.
is Lost on You. LP. Lost on You. Really good. Opa, que eu perdi a entrada. Vamos lá. De novo. This word can hurt you. It cuts you deep and leaves a scar. Things fall apart, but nothing breaks like a heart. And nothing breaks like a heart. I heard you on the phone last night. We'll live and die, but realize you know it. We both know it. This silver bullet cigarette, this burning house, there's nothing left to smoke and we both know it. We got all night to fall in love, but just like that we fall apart. We're broken, we're broken. Nothing gonna save us now. But this broken silence, a thunder crashing in the dark. And this broken record spinning endless circles in the bar. And this word can hurt you, it cuts you deep and leaves a scar. Things fall apart, but nothing breaks like a heart. And nothing breaks like a heart. We leave each other cool as ice and high and dry. The desert wind is blowing, it's blowing. Remember what you said to me when we were drunk in love in the Tennessee, and all that we both know it. Nothing gonna save us now. Últimos segundos, last 2 seconds. Bora lá, hein? But this broken silence.
Take care, they gonna snipe. For sure, for sure.
And this broken record spinning in circles and never. Oh my God, Bruce! Thank you so much. Muito obrigada. What an awesome sniper, Bruce. Thank you. Agora empatou. Now it's a tie.
Literally the less than the last second. This was crazy.
Gente, que isso? Oh my God.
Gente, que isso? Foi menos que no último segundo.
Gente.
Ok, muito
Awesome. Thank you so much, Bruce.
The last
Agora
battle of the night, okay? The last round of the night. The last one. Tie break. Let's go.
Vamos lá, gente. É a última, hein?
Keep in mind on the distance when the devil turns around and hold me in your heart tonight in the magic of the dark moonlight. Save me from this empty fight in the game of life, like a boat on sail. A lady in red, you heard the last few words of your life. With a heart and dance, now we're both in a trance. It's time to cast your spell on the night. Abracadabra, moranana. Abracadabra, mortaugaga. Abracadabra, brunana. And the dawn she said, therefore love tonight. Abracadabra, abracadabra. The floor is on fire. Abracadabra, abracadabra. Choose a road on the west side and the despite. Watch it burn. Oh, don't waste time on a feeling. Use your passion, no return. Hold me in your heart tonight in the magic of the dark moonlight. Save me from this empty fight in a game of life, like a boy on sail by Lady Red. You heard the last few words of your life. With a hound and dance, now we're both in a trance. It's time to cast your spell on the night. Sing along. Abracadabra, moranana. Abracadabra, mortaugaga. Abracadabra, brunana. And the dawn she said, therefore love tonight. Thank you, Carla. Thank you, Carly. No. Let's go, team. Let's go.
Eita, Jesus. Que isso? Oh my God. Meu Deus, gente. Que batalha é essa?
Let's go, team.
Bora aqui.
Let's go, my ladies. Bora, team.
I didn't mean it when I said I didn't love you so. I should have held on tight, I never should have let you go. I didn't know nothing.
If some of you ladies had missed for the last seconds, send a mist, okay? Send a mist. Will be great.
Never imagined I'd be sitting here beside myself. Cause I didn't know you, cause I didn't know me, but I thought I knew everything.
The last battle of the night, okay? The last one, the last one.
The feeling that I'm feeling, know that I don't hear your voice. I have to touch and kiss your lips, cause I don't have a choice. What I wouldn't give to have a liar by my side right here. Cause baby, when you left, I lost a part of me.
Yes, DJ, the last 30 seconds, the last 30 seconds. This is the last round of the night.
Cause we belong together. Who else am I gonna lean on? The times get rough. Who's gonna talk to me on the phone till the sun comes up? Who's gonna take your place? There ain't nobody but oh baby, baby, we belong together. I can sleep at night when you are on my mind. Baby, won't you sing it? Sing it to me. No, wait a minute, this is too deep. I gotta change the status, so I turn the dial, trying to catch a break. And then
Oh, they send the mist. They send the mist. They send the mist.
And it's breaking my
Thank you,
heart.
sweet.
Trying to keep
Thank
it
you,
together,
Ninja.
but I'm falling apart. I'm feeling out all of my element. Trying to figure out where the hell I went wrong.
Thank you, sweet.
Eita Jesus! Oh my God! Breeze, thank you! Oh my God! Thank you!
Thank you,
Thank you so much, Breeze. Muito obrigada a todos. Thank you so much, everyone. Vocês foram demais.
Thank you, team! We won! We won! We won! I can't believe that! Finally, it's very hard to win against Breeze. It's very hard. I'm proud of our team tonight. It was a beautiful battle.
Oh, meu Deus. Arrasou demais, viu, Ali?
Não, isso aqui foi histórico, porque é assim, quase impossível ganhar o último round contra vocês.
Ai, meu Deus.
Acho que foi assim uma das primeiras vezes.
Foi difícil, hein?
I think this was one of the first times that we won against your team in the last round.
Oh, no.
We have to commemorate this.
Ai, Ali.
But thank you so much for the battles. Obrigada, viu, Cami? Obrigada
Eu que
demais pelas
agradeço,
batalhas.
viu? Arrasou demais, viu, Ali?
Tamo junto,
Obrigada.
meu amor. Até a próxima, viu?
Beijos, até a próxima.
Beijo,
Se cuida.
tchau, tchau.
Bye.
Fui.
Tchau.
Thank you, team. Thank you so much. Just let me close the battles. What a conquest, because it's very hard to win against Camila and Breeze, especially in the last round. Normally Breeze don't like to lose the last round, so normally he let us win the first and the second round, and in the third round always they send snipes. So